Good morning, Academy. Are you ready for the second day of talks? I didn't hear you. Are you still sleeping? Okay, I'm excited to present the first talk of today, which is by Jean-Baptiste, Eugen, and Massimo, who will tell us about how KDE Live became the great and awesome video editor it is today.
Okay, thanks for your welcome. I am Jean-Baptiste Mardel. I have been the KDE Live maintainer for the past 18 years, and I'm happy to be here with you at Akademy. Some of you might already know me, as I have been on stage a few times already, but it's the first time I'm not alone on stage, so I have some team members with me, so it makes me really happy because KDE Live is really a community and a team project. So it's great to not be alone on stage. So I'm just going to quickly introduce you with the team. So we have been mostly having online meetings in the last years. We hope to be able to make a sprint soon. In the team who couldn't make it today, there is Farid, Julius, Remy, and Camille. So I just want to say hi to them today. So this is the whole team with Massimo and Eugen who are here today. So I will now let the other members of the team introduce themselves, and I will keep with the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eugene Moore. I'm joining the KDE Live core team in 2018. I'm mainly behind the scene. The coder is Jean-Baptiste Mardel. I'm more about documentation and bug tracking and the homepage and all what is behind the scene needed that we can keep KDE Live alive.
Hello everybody, I'm Massimo. I'm a video editor, a filmmaker, and a consultant of the project. It's 10 years that I'm on the project, and I don't know what to say. I'm very happy to be here because I'm very fond of this project and of the guy that worked with us to create what we are doing. And as we are a video editor application, to me, the best way to introduce ourselves is by showing you a video.
KDE Live is a community project which aims to deliver a free and open video editing software application to allow everybody to produce quality content in order to increase the democratization of the media. The application is a graphic interface written in C++ with Qt and KDE libraries for the ML2 framework written by Dan Dennedy, which relies on FF, MPEG to decode and encode almost all the video and audio formats that are out today, and which hosts effects libraries like Frayer and MoveIt for video and LADSPA and SOX for audio. By following the official documents that we can find on the internet, the project was launched by Jason Wood, who released version 0.2.3 in October 2003. Soon, KDE Live 0.2.4 followed, but the community did not yet exist and the group was very small. The project stopped for 2 years. Before the end of 2005, Jean-Baptiste Mardel, who heard that the project would be reactivated, offered his help, and in 2006, he signed the post of the new release 0.3 of the program. From this moment on, he became the main reference point for the project. Version 0.4 and 0.5 are soon distributed, but there is an issue. A refactoring of the code is needed to go forward. The program has to be moved from KDE 3, which is not compatible with MLT, to KDE 4. The rewriting ends in 2008, followed by several new releases, But in 2011, a further migration from KDE 4 to KDE 5 was needed to allow the program to grow. In 2012, a crowdfunding campaign is launched to fund the operation, and before the end of 2014, the goal is reached. Then finally, in 2015, KDE Live becomes an official KDE application. Jean-Baptiste was invited to Akademy to present 10 years of activity. The new perspective is to make the project even bigger. Before the end of the year, the first KDE Live Cafe is announced with the aim of getting more people involved. During this virtual meeting, it immediately became clear that in order to grow, KDE Live needed to be cross-platform. The Windows version was announced and 2016 began with a sprint meeting followed by the new logo and the new site. But as soon as the development of new features started, it was evident that the code for the timeline had to be rewritten because it was too old and no longer fit. Everybody knew that the refactoring could take several months or years, but the community did not lose enthusiasm. In 2018, a new roadmap was written, and in 2019, the refactored code was distributed, although some fine-tuning was still needed. Then finally, since 2020 and continuing up to now, the long-awaited new features, along with a plethora of new effects and dozens of important improvements, have been continuously added to create the most powerful, free, and open video editing application ever.
Thank you. We have about, it's fine, yeah. We have about 100,000 users using KDE Live daily or weekly or frequently. If you have so a lot of users, you get a lot of feedback as well. So if the software is running well, you get no feedback. If we have a release like 23 or 4, the bell is ringing after 30 seconds. You have issues, a lot of bugs, not usable. So have a lot of user feedback very soon if the software is not really running well. So how to communicate with all these users? We try to keep the communication channel as lean or as simple as possible. So we have the communication channel for notification of the software is our home page. It's Twitter. It's Twitter and Mastodon. The communication itself with our user, we have these channels. It's Matrix. It's our forum discuss. It's the feedback when something happens, or for wishes is Bugzilla, and we have quite a big community on Reddit and give us feedbacks. And it's sometimes really a challenge to feed and check all these channels to have some adequate feedback to the supplier as well. So this one keeps about 2 up to 3 people really busy behind the scene just to communicate with the users. Downloads. You see here a curve over time. These are the downloads of Windows and Mac and app images. We have a huge peak on the beginning of COVID. It looks like users like to have some video editing possibilities. And as you can see, we can keep the amount of downloads or users over time as well. What you do not see on this curve is there's a similar curve for the unique visits on our home page, and we just found out the people going on the home page, looking for the download link, clicking on that, and download the application. That leads to us that we refurbish the home page to make the user easier to find the download page. What is missing on these curves is the Flatpak downloads and the PPA downloads, and we do not really know as the distribution is via mirror server, we do not know the download numbers from the mirror servers. Who is using Kdenlive? We just make an actual poll last week and found out about 40% is social media, it's YouTube, it's PeerTube, TikTok. I know schools using our software as well. So I get asked years ago that we can prepare a download version which is possible without additional software. So I download the packed Windows version and repack it in a self-extraction file so that the schools do not need additional software installed and do not need administration rights to install the application. This gives about 10% of our users. And interestingly, we have about 7% professional users. I think it's wedding, editing, most probably. Some TV, we know. Some movies, we know as well. And then the other majority, only up to 45% is personal use, doing their vacation, holidays, editing like this one. What are the platforms used with Kdenlive? Mostly half-half Windows, Linux, and a growing community on macOS. We have about 5,000 macOS downloads. On the macOS, it works only on the Linux CPU at the moment. Then, with such a community, you give a lot of feedback, and you get interesting feedbacks as well from the user when you're listening to it. Remember the YouTube part we have. So the community asks about subtitles. The community asks about markers, that you can mark the video to get the chapters in YouTube. So we investigate and found out there is a framework, FOSC, which can generate text from speech and can generate automatically subtitles. And even you have the possibility then going in the text field, click on the text, and the playhead jumps on the exactly same position. Yeah, subtitle generation, and even we improved that one, founding another thing lately is Whisper. It's really crazy, yeah? This founds the notation of a sentence, the punctuation, and it's really more accurate than FOSC, I would say. Translation, and even you can make a translation to English, and it's about 90-95% accurate in the meantime. So people coming and asking how to donate to Kdenlive. There was a lot of asks from the community. They do not like to donate in a big pot, KDE. They like to spend their money directly to Kdenlive. So we go to the KDE headers, I don't know. And KDE starts a pilot project with Kdenlive that we can that the users can donate directly to Kdenlive. We started this donation on the 20th of September 2022 and reached our goal within a month, meaning we collect 15,000 euros within a month. It's absolutely crazy. It just went up. I made a forecast by myself, and my forecast say, yeah, within a month we should reach the goal. In the meantime, it's about 27,000, I heard yesterday, because it runs in the background further on without some additional needs, let's say. This gives us the possibility to implement really bigger features like the nested timeline which Jean-Baptiste will talk about, we can now work on stability, and we will work on performance as well to make the software even more performance. Yeah, documentation. First we thought documentation, secondary thing. It's not so important. It steals just our time, because it's a huge amount to spend just within documentation. And we checked the statistics and found out we have 3,500 views per week on the documentation itself. And then we can further down analyze the statistics. We found out a third, it's only checking out the effect part, and another third checks only out getting started. The interesting thing is the people stay 1 up to 1.5 minutes on the page itself, which is for internet, let's say, really, really long. We calculated that roughly 10 up to 15% of our users use our new documentation manual, and at the moment we are ongoing with updating the whole effects part, that the user has a better overview of effects, what they are doing, how to implement these effects. And with this new possibility here in Sphinx, it's really nice. You can put in some keywords and have really a list where these keywords are found in the documentation. It's much more easier than with the old system. Yeah, copyright, this is a bit a weak part of Kdenlive, let's say, because the more users you have, we have 100,000, maybe even more, they start stealing Kdenlive, meaning Google advertisements, links to other software, we have such cases, or just take the name and behind is just a money collector, something like this one. So we start protecting Kdenlive as good as possible. The logo and the name is copyright under KDE at the moment. And we going on and having the source code, each file with a copyright, an SPDX copyright, and make really sure we protect our work, our 20-year-long work now with a proper copyright, which is really tricky. The goal is to keep Kdenlive free without cost for the future. Thank you. You'll know.
Sorry for the mic passing. So, now what makes Kdenlive so successful? One thing that I think is very important for Kdenlive's success is that we have a vision for the project. This is where Massimo, he will talk a bit later about it, has a very important role, because we have a focused vision of what we want to achieve, what we want users to be able to do for Kdenlive. So I think it's an important part to have a vision for the project. We also try to listen to our users. So the two things are linked. I think it's important to have an idea of where we want to go, but also to listen to user input and to do the best of the two things. And also, at one point, we also realized that doing too much things was not good. At one point, we had a video capture, we had a DVD wizard, we had a stop motion widget. So we had lots of features, but everything was working not so good. So we tried at some point a few years ago. We really decided to refocus, to have less features, but to try to make them work better. I think that's one important thing also in the project evolution. Now the things that we don't do so well, it was really quite, the last release 2304 was a good demonstration of what we don't do so well. So we'll try to improve. Automated testing, we have some automated testing since a few years, but we need to improve, to increase the testing. We also, since a few years, we talk about organizing test days before the release because we have a large user community to organize test days to gather feedback before the release. It's something that we never really managed to do. And another issue that we have is that KDE Live is a big project with many dependencies. So we depend on MLT as a video engine, which itself depends on FFmpeg, OpenCV, Fryer, and tens of other projects. So if one thing changes in our dependency, it can affect the whole application. So if, for example, the default parameter for an effect changes, then when we open KDE Live, this can lead to a change. So this is something that we cannot detect in our testing. So we have plans to improve. One thing that we want to do is continue improving our current test base. Another thing to prevent this issue with dependencies affecting our application is to have a rendering test suite. That's something that we started to work on. It means that we have an automated scripts that open a project, render the video file, and compare it to a reference rendering. And this way, we can detect if anything changes in our dependencies that affects the rendering. This will be detected by this test suite. So this is a project that we want to definitely implement before the end of the year. That will also bring a better regression testing. Because that's also one thing with increase in popularity. We have lots of users, and also the expectations are a bit higher, so we just can't keep breaking everything on each release. So we're really trying to go in a more professional way and have better testing, regression testing. Another thing that we want to explore is something that will be talked at Akademy is GUI testing with Selenium. This is something that we don't do at all, but I think it's also an interesting approach because this is something that we absolutely don't test, and some parts of the UI would really need to be tested too. So now, what changed over the years? So I already talked about the popularity of the software. Another thing is that before, 10 years ago, we only had Linux versions, so packaging was very easy. We just prepared an archive of the file, and we let distributions do the work. Now, we provide packages for many platforms. We have Windows, Mac, AppImage, Flatpak, PPA, Snaps, and a few more. So it's a huge job to do this packaging. This is something that really changed over the years. I think it has of course, some really nice advantages. It brings our code faster to the users, so we can also react faster to the feedback. But the problem is that it's a lot of work. So we have we use the KDE tools to build these packages. We use Craft, and we have support from KDE people on KDE infrastructure. But still, for a small team like we are, it is a huge work that we can't do as well as we would like. So this is still an issue, but yeah. Another thing that changed over the year is us, the team. We decided also a few years ago that we wanted to go outside of our bubble, of our Linux users' bubbles, to grow, to have Windows versions, macOS versions. I think it's important for software if we want to grow. But the problem is that we are a small team. Life also makes that, for example, I have a job, now I have a kid, so I have a bit less time. So we had to somehow find ways to make sure that KDE Live can keep growing. So we launched a fundraiser. The idea behind the fundraiser was also that I had the opportunity to reduce my time at my day job. Currently, I have 1 day per week that I can spend on KDE Live, so it's not so much to maintain such a huge project. And I had the opportunity to lower, and the goal is to have 2 days per week for KDE Live. So we launched this fundraiser, fantastic fundraiser. It was very successful, as Eugene said. We collected money, and yes, as it was also mentioned yesterday, we have not yet spent any money. So why is this? As I said, I had the opportunity to lower my day job, but it takes some time. So I hoped I could just switch like this, but it takes some more time. So the idea is really that this money will be used when I have some extra time. We also want to hire a few people, maybe for some dedicated tasks, but that's something also that we are not very sure how to manage the hiring. All these things take some time, and since managing KDE Live is already a big, huge thing, so things take more time than we planned or than we would like. And now it's demo time. So because I think we talk a lot, but I think it's also nice to also demonstrate a few of the things that we can achieve with KDE Live. So Massimo is going to demonstrate a few features that were recently implemented. So like a nested timeline that caused a lot of regressions, but we are working on it to fix it, and it has some nice advantages, and also speech to text.
Thank you for switching. No, I can use this one because it's not become too really good. Okay, so we load here our video that we just watched before. So we can scroll it, and we can have the first timeline already load here in this space. So for example, we can decide that we want to edit in our space, for example, this animation. So we start for the first frame. We play it, maybe faster, so we go back and we select the in-out point, who knows already how it works, the program knows what I'm doing, so I set where I want to start and where I want to end my clip. I can drag it on the timeline, or I can insert straight away with our automatic system. So I can select another point, for example, could be the conclusion, for example, of our video. Starting from, for example, from here, and go to the end. Oh, I just do it. I set in point here, and for example, we stop here. So now we have a first timeline with our two clip. Now I create, for example, another timeline in our sequence folder. This is create a new sequence. So we can select with the title of the sequence, the number of video tracks, the number of audio tracks following our needs. We create a new timeline, and we can see we have two tabs here. We can switch from one to the other. For example, we load again we load again. See, we have 1 and 2. We load again our clip. And for example, we can decide that now we need the beginning of the video, and so we set the in point on the beginning of our animation here, for example, up to the the title, and then we can, for example, select when we speak about Academy. Okay, we are Academy, so we don't speak about Academy. So we select the part. Oh, first I have to insert the part I selected, then I go here, I select all the situation about Akademy, done. Now what we have? We have two different timelines, but are not just two different timelines, are also two different clips. Because if I can load the clip inside our monitor, as you can see, we can scroll and actually trim again in and out point on our new clip. And now with the second clip that is, as I show you, contain exactly the part we decide to have. What can do now? We can, for example, add the sequence 1 inside the sequence 2, for example, so we now have the other part, or maybe we can even create another third sequence where we can, of course, we decide the title, where we can put, for example, our sequence all together, have another sequence. I don't know why I didn't take the audio 2 or the sequence 1. We do it. Okay. And now we have both the clip. Of course, we can trim it, we can split. For example, I can click and trim that one. I can reverse it. They work exactly like with this keyboard is okay. Can do. I don't know what I did here. Oh, okay, I lost myself. Anyway, I can trim and refine the trimming of the clip and so on. So what is needed this system? This system, for example, if you have several footage for a project, for example, that it's the same footage that you can share for different you make to a series of episodes based on the same footage. You can load in the same project all the footage you need, and then you add a different version of episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, and then you can export each timeline differently, separately in another video. So, and you can also recycle, edit part from a video, another video. For example, if you create a timeline with a main title of something, you can reuse the main title in all the series without redoing all the time. So by just using the same piece of timeline in the other timeline. Another stuff I want to show you is the subtitle we speak about before. So we create another timeline at this point, just to have a free space. And we take a piece of our video, for example, when we speak about, I have no audio here now. Oh, okay. I go blind, so I don't know what we are selecting, because we're speaking about subtitle, we should listen a little bit of audio, but it's okay. So, just to make a very short test, we have this clip here. So, in our point, what I'm doing, okay. So, we open the subtitle track that is here, we click on our magic wand, and then we can timeline zone. As you can see, there is the VOSC model, or the model we can select here. Now we have VOSC activated, so the selected clip, the timeline zone, and we can proceed on the subtitle generation. So in this moment, okay, we have just this table because it's what I selected. If we have we're very short, if we have more time, a bigger clip, we have all the synchronized part of the subtitle that can be moved, can be resized, can be copied, and can be also edited in this part. Also, the text could be changes in this area with the custom text, change the font, change the position, change the color. It depends what you want to do. This automatic subtitle is the same system, can work by using the clip here. We have the text editor, as we can say before, and then by using the, for example, we have an interview, we can extract the text and edit the interview by just using the text, and so we can export the edited final interview based on the section of the text we highlighted, and by dumping the rest of the text we don't need. what we, Jean-Baptiste speak about the vision of the future, or the vision of the project. The vision of the project comes from the idea that, from one side, we listen to the users, because the users, the community that use it, maybe have some ideas that maybe is very, in the idea that we never had, in very intelligent, so we collect all the input that come from the community that make the software stronger. We know, I'm sure, that even property software is spying to us, because I saw in some software some features that doesn't exist before, that we introduced first, so they are watching at us. And from the other side, we have also the experience of people like me that are working in the field, so they are in contact all the time with the software of big corporation software. So what editor needs on the field in the company that uses software. So we try to make take best practice we found around to introduce in our software to make it the best possible, the best. So this idea to have to implement the best practice that video editing needs is our vision. So, and for the future, we have to finish between the end of the year what the donators aim to have. So they ask to us. So we are in the road to reach before the end of the year the goal with they declare we will do. And for the next year, we think that we will go forward with insert some AI tools and mostly the collaborating space online to finish the collaborative space to make a collaborative job between editors around the world. So make it. So if you want to proceed with questions, we are here for questions. Oh, he's here. Back. Okay.
Where do you see KDE Live and especially video editing in Linux in the future, when most, if all, major companies that make cameras have proprietary formats that are not just not supported on Linux? There's just, it doesn't work, it won't work, and there is absolutely no documentation to start building the infrastructure so you can use formats such as Red Cinema's digital cameras that take raw footage. Sony has another format. Apple is famous for their ProRes. There is no support for that, and those companies are doing nothing to open source the standard so we can have support. So where do you see that professionally coming? How can we fix that?
I go, you go.
You can start.
There is a problem about that because this company tried to close more possible, but they have also arrangement with other companies that provide software. So if you buy sometimes some tools, you have to finish to work on some specific platform. This is actually is not something that professionals like too much. Some like, because I have a more old mentality, they don't think about opening most closed. So I buy something that works like I buy a frigidaire, a freezer, so it has to work this way. But a lot of people mostly the younger don't think this way anymore. So they would like to be open to use what they prefer, because it means, that means that I change the camera, I have to migrate to another software. No, I want to use my software. And it's always actually a form of scam, because actually at the end of the day, the codec are always the same. Mostly are the specification of the container that close proprietary stuff, but what is inside the container, because video files are made by containers, so the capsule that contain the stream, and the stream that is encoded by MPEG or whatever it is, or iframe, etc. So mostly they use the same way to compress the stream, so that the codec existing codec, but maybe they try to have a different capsule, different container to close. But I see that at the end of the day, for example, FFmpeg is able at the end of the day to work around the problem. There is some patent problem of patents, of course, of copyright around this stuff. But overall, so far, I was able to manage to use almost every stream I found. In the words of the option, you have to convert, but this happened also in Avid before, the software, that sometimes you have to make conversion to match the specific software. So nothing is changed for real. So it's a challenge, of course, and we have to be open to new formats change all the time, also because new compression, new way to broadcast, etc. Ask demand to be. But so far, we are doing pretty well because I'm able to use it on the field with different devices, so it's working so far.
Maybe one thing also that we should improve and do more is that we have already a small presence in schools, but we really should do more. Also, we had a standard All-American Film Festival, I think this year, at the beginning of this year. So making also students aware of these issues, I think is something that will help in this field.
Yeah.
Thanks. I would also like to point out to the person who asked before, there's also the Akademy Software Foundation, which depends on the Linux Foundation, that tries to open source. It tries to get industry companies to open source as much as possible, and they are quite successful. They've got many formats that are open for video effects and video effects tool chains, and for timelines, etc. And I think that you are actually implementing some of these technologies already. Is that correct?
But we, for example, incorporate open timeline. It's true that there is an attention of the open software, mostly also in Hollywood, for example. So the fact that the company want to customize their needs, so they look for Pixar or Disney, so BBC, so they deliver what they do. So because they develop in the open source way, they deliver, so they create standards this way that have a return from them, because if everybody adopt their standards, they don't control the standard, but anyway they create an integration that. So I hope personally that the direction will be that in the time. And also company like Sony that have old mentality, I quote Sony because it's very old mentality in my opinion, that try to close more possible. They will not stand the impact of this mentality that is anyway is becoming almost more spread around in the industry, in my opinion.
There's a question from online. Will you use any collected funds to support some of the upstream projects and infrastructure that you depend on? Might you be able to get support from video and computer equipment manufacturers?
So yes, that's something that we planned. We had contacts with MLT maintainers, so the video framework that we use, to propose them to use some of the funds. Unfortunately, they were not able. They didn't have the time or wish, mostly the time or the need for this. So, but yes, that's something because some of the core issues in KDE Live are related to our dependencies. So one of the tasks in the first fundraising was a task that has to be implemented in MLT, the video framework. So yes, that's something that we will do.
I think you said that you're working, 18 years on KDE Live now. Is it still fun? Can you keep going?
Yes, it's still fun. So that keeps me going because also it's also the world of video editing really changed during these 18 years. So there is always new things to try to test. So it's I really enjoy it.
Yeah, maybe I can add something. Most important for him is that he has a team behind who helps him. I think years ago we had almost burnout doing everything by themselves, and now he has a team behind who helps him keep him away the daily task like homepage update, stuff like this one, so he can really focus on coding. We feed him what's needed or what's a bug could be as good as possible, that he just can really hack on the code.
And always new challenges to face. A bunch of inputs too.
Yeah. And I think this is really important, that you have a group behind and not a solo guy, because this doesn't work over such a long time.
And just we are speaking about team, of course we are open, so everybody wants to help us, it's welcome in every aspect, with packaging, coding, and supporting, testing, using, whatever. So.
Yeah, this is an interesting point. Without advertising, we have about 2 or 3 people coming from outside and ask, can I help on this and that? And we open them and say, yes, you can help. Because a good example is the documentation. We have a guy now who is heavily writing documentation. We have other guys like Davey on the background, on the Windows side, who checks the forum part. So it's really interesting that you get on certain stage some help from outside. People ask you, how can I help? And this is something, I think, keeping Jean-Baptiste alive.
Yes, thanks. No more question, I guess.
Okay, thank you very much for the great talk and for KDE Live.
This is next. So, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. No. No, you're good. I wanted to give a talk about something that that's been important to me for years. So I wanted to present some motivation about why and how you could use speech in your applications. If I step on anyone's toes, I'm sorry, but I'm just presenting my viewpoints. So here we go. Let's see, how's it go? I'm Jeremy. I've been doing KDE things since 2007. In fact, the last time I gave a talk was in 2009 at the KDE 4.0 release event in Google in California. So yeah, don't go look up the video on YouTube. It's horrible. I can't stand to watch it, but it's there. What I wanted to talk about today was a couple of things. First, why you should use speech in your application, and I mean every application. I think we could use it in lots of places. And then how, and then a couple of caveats for using speech, adding speech to your application. So first off, why should you add speech to your application? First, I want to do a little experiment. Everyone close your eyes for about 10 seconds. Okay, that's 10 seconds. That's what your application sounds like without speech. So why not? Speech is what all the cool apps do. A lot of applications that we use on our phones and in life talk to us. Your Alexa talks to you. Your Google Home talks to you. Your computer talks to you. Audio is an often forgotten interface. We have a GUI that's an interface, right? But we also have our ears that take in information. Let me step back a little bit and say one of the reasons that I got interested in text-to-speech was when I first started doing KDE things, and I was working full-time at a day job, and I also wanted to keep track of what was being said on IRC. Yeah, this was back in the IRC days. And so I talked to Ike, I think, who was maintaining Conversation, and I said, hey, how can I make this so I can listen to it? Let's figure this out. And he's like, oh yeah, just use the notification system. So I set up notifications from Conversation, wore my headphones while I'm working, and listened to everyone talking in the 3 channels I was interested in or whatever, and listened to what they were saying while I was working at the same time. That probably wasn't the best use of my time, but it was very interesting to me, and it worked well. If someone said something that was interesting to me, I could go hop onto IRC and respond to them real quick, and otherwise I could just, ignore or whatever. Anyway, that's one. The other reason to add speech is that you can notify people of things without requiring them to read what you want to notify them about. That, not just for like K notifications like, hey, you've got mail, but like anything. You could, and then the other thing is speech is something that can be used for people who maybe can't read. Like the obvious example there is educational applications, right? Small children, they can't read the screen, but they can listen to the screen. They can listen to your computer speak. Or also people who maybe don't know the language that you're presenting in, right? So someone who knows German, only knows German, does not read English, you could, but they can understand it maybe, I don't know, just ideas like that. Let me step back. The obvious use case, obviously, is educational applications, but also anything where you're getting information. I talked with Carl. Where are you, Carl? Carl and Tobias the other day about, hey, why don't we have, I can't think of the name, NeoChat. Why doesn't NeoChat have text-to-speech? Why doesn't Tokadon have text-to-speech? These are good use cases. You could be listening to what's happening on your feed or listening to what's happening on the chat. Other possible uses are anything you can think of. One nice thing about text-to-speech is that you don't have to have the audio figured out in advance. What I mean is, like, there was a big effort spent on Albert, what's the game where you put pieces on a Yeah, K-Tuberling. K-Tuberling spent a lot of time getting translations of all these, audio translations of all these different parts that you put on the game, like pepperoni and whatever on the pizza thing or whatever. And that was a huge effort. If you use text-to-speech, you don't have to do that huge effort to create all the audio files, audio data. You can just get text from wherever and speak it. And the other advantage is you can speak stuff that users enter, so from chat or from Tokadon, your feed or whatever. Next, I want to talk about how. So how do you make your application speak? Use the Qt Speech library. It's a library. It works. 5 minutes? Okay. You make a Qt text-to-speech object, and then you use it to say things. You can say translations, and then using the translation system, it says the translated text, which is really handy. And have fun with it. Do what you want. Next, I want to quickly talk about some caveats. One thing I was going to mention before I attended Albert's talk yesterday was, hey, if you're going to use text-to-speech, you should probably make it an optional dependency because it was missing from Qt from Qt 6 to 6.0 to 6.3, and then was re-added in 6.4. So maybe some distributions don't ship it yet, but he convinced me otherwise. I think you should add it as a hard dependency and then have a compile time flag to disable it if you want. Other caveats. So does it work on the platform you're interested in? It does work on Flatpaks. It only has the Flight plugin. It does not have the speech dispatcher plugin. Does it work on snaps? Yes, it does. Scarlett told me that yesterday. Does it work on Windows? Yes, it does. Does it work on Mac? Yes, it does. Does it work on Android? Yes. The next caveat is how can you customize it? And also, how can you allow your users to customize it? For that, I'm about running out of time, so I will refer you to the code of Ocular, because Ocular does a good job of saying, hey, let the user choose which voice, which engine, which everything, except for like pitch and things, but you can add that as well. It's all very customizable. You can allow your user to change whatever they want. Anything to avoid? I can't remember why I put that in there. Maybe things to avoid would be if your GUI is already accessible, you need to watch out to not do speech things when someone is using a screen reader, which I'm not sure how you would do that exactly, but that's something to watch out for. The other thing is, if you also need to make it, you also should make it so that users can stop it or cancel it if they accidentally say, hey, read my email, and it starts reading the whole email, and that's going to take an hour to read this email from a long mailing list thread. You need a way to be able to stop it. Or you need to allow your users to stop it, I should say. So, and then I wanted to go over a brief history. When I started doing text-to-speech stuff, we had something called K-Speech. Yeah, and at the time, I looked at some old Akademy videos where Gary Cramblett, the old maintainer of K-Speech, said, hey, this is what we want to do next year. And then he left. And what he wanted to do was make it so it used Speech Dispatcher instead of having 10 plugins for all the different backends. So I took that mantra, I guess, from his Akademy speech and said, okay, yeah, let's do that. And also at the Randa conference at that point, I said, hey, guys, let's rename it. Let's give it a new name like Ocular did so that it can have some, more usage or whatnot. So we created Jovi from K-Speech, and then shortly after Qt 5 came out, Frederick Gladhorn came up with this Qt Speech library. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. Wait, we don't need Jovi anymore. So we killed Jovi. So that's the brief history of speech on Linux, at least. So that's my presentation. Any questions quickly or nothing? Kai has a question in the back.
On the subject of K-Tubeling, do you know who actually did the German voiceover, and can you check if the person's okay, because it's like the most depressing audio ever? It's like Pfeffer, Kartoffel, Käse, so please make sure that this person's alright, right?
I don't know offhand, but guessing, I think Anne-Marie reached out to people and said, hey, will you record stuff for us? And someone volunteered. That's my guess. Albert may know for sure. Okay, maybe not. Good? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Good? All right. So how about, I was thinking, before I say anything about the working group, I wanted to just give a hand to you all. Okay, so just thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of the community. The work that you're doing is amazing. And just think about it that many of you are just doing this on a volunteer basis. And that's just so amazing. There's a lot that you do that is valuable, not just to yourself, but to a lot of people. And in the community working group, we try to make sure that that experience of working with others is kept in great shape. And we want you to collaborate, we want you to work with each other, to understand each other across many languages, many boundaries, and to have, the best outcome. So with that in mind, I just wanted to explain to you a couple of things about this group. And just so you know, I'm going to explain the what we are, the why we're here, and how, okay? And no, we're not the community police. So just so you know, I think sometimes we kind of get that shtick from people, but that's not what we do. It's part of it sometimes, but not the main thing. So just so you know, we are a community of community helpers, and we provide support and assistance to all of our members, and we try to maintain healthy communications with each other. We also address conflicts and issues. So, as you may know, human interaction is very complex. And then on top of that, we have layers and layers of, other experiences that each of you have. So sometimes, communication channels are not always as healthy as they can be, and we try to help maintain those. We participate a lot in community chats. We have a mailing list where people can submit concerns, and then we have a GitLab page where we put all of our complaints at, and we try to work them. Of course, that space in GitLab is private, so all of your information or whatever you are trying to tell us about is kept secure. So we were put together in 2008, and of course, I'm not a founding member of this group. I came in much later, but now we have 3 members. So we have Neophytos over there, we have David in the back, and then myself. And we are very committed to keeping our community safe and a good space for you to do your best work. Let me see. So I already said this, but one of the reasons we're here is because we try to make sure that, there is no misunderstanding between us. Sometimes, we may have differences of opinion. We talk, again, our common language online is English, and there's a lot of translation that needs to happen. There's a lot of cultural aspects to our communication that need to be kept safe. And not only that, there is sometimes intentional, there is purpose in some people to actually disrupt our communication and our culture. So some of those things is what we have to watch out for. And not only that, but what is sometimes, if you think about it, what is the cost of having a bad experience? At the end of the day, we may lose you as a contributor. You may be, unhappy about your experience. You may try GNOME, right? So careful. But No, I'm just kidding. They're great. But I'm just thinking in general that a bad experience always leaves a bad taste in everyone's mouth, and not just for one person, but for many others that, may be indirectly affected by a problem. And so our purpose is to try to maintain and work and persuade and kind of bring people back to a healthy contribution level. And not only that, I mean, just do whatever you want here, and we're happy to help you. So, how do we do this? This is the part that is a little bit complex, and sometimes there's just not a whole lot of what I can say that would satisfy everybody, but over time, we have tried to set up some procedures in place so that you can actually have a safety net of, there's a connection of trust with us. So the main thing is we have our mailing list. So if there's something that you'd like to tell us about, that you're concerned about, you're welcome to send us an email there. I'll show you a website at the end of this presentation where you can go. And just tell us what's happening. Then, after that, when you tell us about an issue, we try to investigate. We try to give people the benefit of the doubt. And we try not to take every complaint at face value. We believe what you're saying. And we also want to, put together the rest of the puzzle. So we go back to people affected, and we try to find out what their take is on a certain situation, and tell us more, let us understand. Sometimes the issues can be big, sometimes or small, and a conversation is all we need to just make sure that everybody's back to, to peace, right? But sometimes there are issues that are just simply too big, and we try to talk about those with the board. We try to reason within ourselves and with each other to know what is best to do. And the main outcome that we have as a group is to basically talk to the people affected and make sure that they soften their position and that they can understand each other's position as well and kind of move forward. If sometimes that doesn't happen, it can go all the way, unfortunately, to removal. And that is a situation we want no one to be in. It's painful for everyone. So as you do your best work, if there is something that is of concern to you, let us know so that we can catch issues early, so that we can correct early, so that we can help each other early. The more we wait, it's just harder for everyone. So now, this is not snitching, right? What you're actually doing is telling us about something that is of concern to you and that needs to be said. So I encourage you to come over and let us know if there's something that we need to know. And so finally, I just wanted to mention we're only 3 people, and our group is, at KDE is huge. We don't have all the cycles to be, in every channel, in every conversation. And not only that, we 3 people may not know everything there is to be done about a situation. So if there is any of you who care enough or deeply about keeping the healthy relationships we have at KDE, you're welcome to join. We don't have stringent requirements for you to join, but definitely we want you to be aware that privacy is a must. So we want to keep our members' privacy private. And we want to act rationally. So we want to work with each other first before we do anything. But other than that, I wanted to thank you again. You guys are fantastic, are doing an amazing work, and we want to help you keep that all healthy. So thank you so much. I think that's it, right? No, okay, cool.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. Especially thank you and the other members of the community working group for your great work. Thank you. Now there will be a coffee break, half an hour, and then you have to decide whether you want to come back to this room or go to room 2, because we will split in two speech tracks, talk tracks after this coffee break. And now enjoy the coffee and the cookies, and see you.
metaphor literally. Okay, putting KDE on devices. Fixing bugs. Being very persistent, yeah. Being translated in all the languages, yeah, yeah. Any other ideas? Reaching outside our bubble, yep.
Increasing accessibility across the board.
Increasing accessibility. Aggressively targeting enterprise use cases. Good. These are all great ideas. I'm going to say that there's another abstraction to all that. We need organization, right? To achieve all of what we just talked about, we need good organization. This is taking the metaphor of domination and war, which I don't necessarily like to use, but let's go with it. This is a quote from Sun Tzu from The Art of War from over 2,000 years ago, where it's written, "Management of many is the same as management of few." Right? It is a matter of organization. To do all of what we just talked about, we need organization. And that's going to be my talk today. What do we mean by organization? What does it require? So we need unifying goals. That's one of the ideas behind having goals voted on every couple of years, to unify the community, to organize them towards certain objectives. We need defined processes, right? That's one of the goals. There's a goal of processes in KDE right now, and clear communication. So yeah, everyone knows that right now Nate is on the path towards world domination with good organization by defining automated and systematizing internal processes. My talk today is going to be on the step just before maybe you get to that point, which is how do you bring people from the external into the internal so that then they're part of these internal processes, right? And the focus, as you might know from the title, is about the infrastructure. KDE is maybe an unusual community. We're relatively non-hierarchical. There are sort of mini hierarchies, but it's a very distributed group of people. And that makes, in my opinion, infrastructure particularly important, right? Those are the things that then enable communication and enable people to organize. And I'm going to use this visualization, this idea of the process for on-ramping, for making people go from the external into the internal. This is from The Art of Community. And there are 4 stages that are identified here. Identifying the on-ramp, that participants or users know where or that they can contribute, developing knowledge, that they learn the skill set to contribute, figuring out where they can contribute, determining contributions, and growing kudos, so giving them praise. Now, unsurprisingly, Nate has already addressed some of these things. This is again from the 2018 talk about improving the new user contribution process. Where Nate identifies the problem of not enough resources and presents the ideas of reducing difficulty of setting up a development environment, improving contributor documentation, increasing promotion and outreach efforts, and avoid insulting our users, be positive. Now, if we go back to that plot, these kind of all map onto that same on-ramp. Promo and outreach would be identifying the on-ramp, reducing development difficulty and documentation, developing knowledge, documentation, to some extent, determining contributions, and being positive, growing kudos. So it's nice to see when things align like this. I'm going to take a slightly different approach here. I'm going to think about this in terms of the infrastructure. So identifying the on-ramp, I'm going to be thinking about it in terms of websites and blogs. That is, where do users get information that might then influence their decision to then become a contributor? Developing knowledge, I'm going to think about wikis. What are the documentation platforms that we have so users can develop the skill set? Determining contributions, communication channels, mailing lists, matrix rooms, etc. And I'm not so much going to focus on the growing kudos. I think we're all doing a pretty good job, so keep up with it. And if you feel like we're not, talk to the community working group. And the main topic is going to be on the communication aspect of management and organization. How do we communicate with contributors? There are three types of communication identified, again, from the book, The Art of Community. There's incoming communication. That is how KDE receives information from the world, bug reports, surveys, etc. Outgoing, how KDE shares information with the world, so promos, social media, and these kinds of things. And then you have internal communication, how KDE contributors exchange information among contributors. So question to you, that's going to be the focus today. Oh, sorry, I got ahead of myself. So the kinds of the who, where, what, why, and how of exchanging information, this would include things like where to talk with other contributors, what needs to be done, who is working on it, how to get started, where to share one's work, etc. And so then the question to you, where do KDE contributors exchange information? Invent, it's a central place. Matrix. Academy, yeah. Mailing lists. Sprints. Bugzilla. Wikis. Discuss, exactly. So I think you guys have hit all the main ones that I have here. So websites and blogs are also a place. Planet KDE is a place where contributors get information about what's happening in KDE. Wikis, community tech-based user base, forum, now let's discuss, GitLab, mailing lists, chat, and conferences, and sprints. Great. So this is a subjective question. So KDE's internal communication channels. So are they like this? This is an on-ramp in Malaysia, where you have several on-ramps going in one direction. Or are they like this, where you have several on-ramps going in many different directions? What do you think? There is no right answer here. Is it the first one? Good. And is it the second one? Who thinks?
I think it's like the first one was, okay, we have many points of entry and it seems to be chaotic. But everybody kind of ends up on event anyway. I mean, if they don't come to it's on, right, thanks. So even though many people come from many different, if they're going to end up contributing, they're going to end up on event anyway. So that's where they're all going to end up. So it may take a long while, or some people may leave before going on that, but then they wouldn't contribute anyway, but they're going to end up on event, which is where everybody ends up.
So if you look at the endpoint, then maybe there's something to say that it does look like this, but if you look at that whole on-ramping process, maybe it's not quite like this. Someone else wants to add something? I don't know if can we pass around the mic, or, yep.
I think it's more like the second picture, because there's various points of entries, but there's also various quote-unquote destinations, because we're not just all developers, and we've worked really hard over the past to get away from this notion, oh, you have to write code to contribute to KDE, but there's lots of people that do documentation, that do wiki or promo and social media, so I think not everyone ends up on Invent, so I think the second picture is much more accurate.
Yeah, so depending on the perspective you have of how we should be organized, if you see all these different things as being different sort of paths, then maybe this is a more accurate description, and maybe it's the preferred one. It may also be it's not the preferred one, and it's just how it is because it made sense at some time, and it sort of developed this way and remained that way. There is no right answer to this question. I'm going to have a perspective that I, through the show don't tell approach, maybe you will come to the conclusion, similar to me, that it looks more like this, this more chaotic one. And I think we could make it look a little bit more like this, at least in terms of the on-ramping process. So I'm going to try to focus on what I think are some pretty low-hanging fruit that might be inaccurate, but I think it's pretty low-hanging. And it's totally fine if you disagree with me. That's great. That means we're having a conversation about it. Okay, so yeah, my goal here is to get KDE contributors on the same path, all heading the same direction, no matter which team they're a part of. And if there's sort of two key words which this is a little bit forced. I was trying to find what are the overarching themes and how can I reduce it to something that people can really take away. And I came up with consistency and discoverability across and within internal communication channels. And I think this will lower barriers in on-ramping and put KDE contributors on a clear path forward. So we get to something like this. If you have opinions and want to share them, please come to the two BOFs that are related to this, Internal Communications and On-Ramping on Tuesday at 12, and Wiki Improvements at 3. Okay, so this one is an easy one. I thought I'd start easy, and then, well, it doesn't really get that hard, but we'll start easy. So 3 parts, wikis, international groups, and blogs are going to be the topic here, and then at the BOF we can talk about other things. So wikis. How many wikis does KDE have? Yeah, so this one's easy. You guys already know, 3, right? So we have 3 wikis, user-based, tech-based, and community. They all have different objectives, different demographics that are targeted. User-based is user documentation, tech-based is more the developers, and community is more community-oriented. So one thing I found out recently is that user-based is in some sense a workaround at this point because the official documentation process is quite difficult to contribute to. I think it's worth pointing that out. Tech-based, actually most info now is at develop.kde.org/docs, from what I've found out. And the community one is still active. So then again, another sort of easy one perhaps given the information I just said, how many wikis are planned at least internally to be retired? So I heard a couple of 1s and 1, 2. That's a confusing sentence, but the correct answer is 2. So at least internally, user-based and tech-based are planned to be retired. As I mentioned, user-based is kind of a workaround, and that's why it's lingering on. Tech-based is kind of a zombie wiki at this point. But how many wikis are listed on KDE.org? 3, right? So if you go to the bottom panel, you get all 3. This is a suboptimal experience if you're a new user coming into KDE and landing on zombie wikis, wikis that are just kind of stumbling on, but not really active. Which of these recent opinions, paraphrased, from seasoned KDE contributors about the wikis are real? Today I discovered really useful documentation on user-based I had never encountered before. User-based is an impressive repo. I wonder why it's not seen attention in recent years. I find KDE wiki websites rather difficult and confusing to use, so I just avoid them mostly. All of them. All of these are recent comments from KDE contributors about the wikis. Okay, so to sum up some of the problems that I think we're facing right now. So user-based and tech-based are in a kind of wiki purgatory. They're not quite where they should be. Both are internally planned to be retired, but yet featured on the main website. And then the question, how many users are informed about this? How many contributors? I just learned this recently. I wonder how many of you either just learned it right now? Yeah, so that's not a good thing, right? How many of you already knew this but learned it recently? Yeah. So this is something I think when we think about when we go back to that image of the on-ramping, when we think about new contributors going from that external category into the internal one, what that user experience is like when they encounter this kind of thing, right? They're coming across all these wikis, these great sources of information, but finding out they're not actually active and plan to be retired, or maybe they're not up to date. There's a lack of attention and outdated information in them. And I would say that there's a lack of discoverability in general. Going to that comment about difficult and confusing to use. The pages are all structured, at least in community, which is the one I'm most familiar with. They're all structured in slightly different ways. It's not necessarily easy to orient yourself to know where you are in the wiki and what other related pages might be. It's my opinion, perhaps you have a different opinion, come to the BOF on Tuesday, or raise some points here in the conversation. And I would say this leads to an overall suboptimal user experience and confusion, and that then leads to avoidance, right? Which means we have these great resources, you know, we have impressive repos and really useful documentation that maybe people aren't getting. And that's going to influence then the on-ramping where you get the developing the skill sets aspect of contributing to KDE. Okay. How am I doing time-wise? So I'm definitely going to be a little early on the, but that's good, then we can talk about it. So some of my proposals, at least in the short term, maybe delink or unlink user base and tech base from the main site. If they're internally planned to be discontinued, maybe we should stop driving traffic there from people who don't know that. Inform users of coming retirement. When we're at that stage, maybe we're not there yet. Maybe I'm jumping the shark a bit. But when we are there, I think we should do this because I think this is leading to some confusion. I think we should add some discoverability features to our wikis. Some of it's really easy. Like if you go to a Wikipedia page, at the end of the page, you get a very clear see also and external links. Right? We can add this to our wiki pages, so it makes it easy for people to follow up on related topics or external information about it. Maybe it's worth adding things like high-level wiki categories, something that people can kind of click through to navigate through the wiki so that the information is discoverable. So if you don't know where you want to go, you might discover the information that you do want or need. Another idea is use consistent information structure. Again, Wikipedia as an example, they have a pretty clear structure of a short summary and then a table of contents and then a pretty consistent structure. Perhaps we can think about a template to apply to our wiki so that users can quickly and easily find information when they arrive at a page. They don't have to read a wall of text before they get to what they need from it. And then, yeah, this is easier said than done, but maybe we need to make official documentation easier to contribute to so that we can move away from this sort of, lingering wiki that's there as a workaround so we can actually get to what we want, which is a documentation process that's easy for contributors to contribute to. And again, WikiBoff if you're interested in the topic and want to talk about it. Okay. Websites, and focusing here on international sites and local groups. So how many languages is the KDE.org webpage translated into? 17, 39, or 52? Who thinks it's 17? I see a couple of hands. Who thinks it's 39? I see a few more hands. Who thinks it's 52? Again, a couple of hands. So the correct answer is 39. Right, that's impressive. That's amazing work done by our translation teams. That I don't know. This is a very simple statistic, just looking at the number of languages in the drop-down. So I could have looked a little bit more deeply, but I didn't at this point. But that's a good question. Okay, so that's translations, right? And that's slightly different than local community websites. Those are websites targeting local communities related to KDE. How many local community websites are listed at KDE.org? 8, 17, or 39? Who thinks it's 8? Who thinks it's 17? Who thinks it's 39? Okay, so most hands are at 8, which is the correct answer. So at the KDE.org website, there is on the bottom panel a link to international websites. It looks like this. And here you have 8 different local communities: Brazil, China, Italy, Japan, Netherlands, Russia, Spain, and Turkey. Okay. So given that we have these 8 local communities websites linked on the website, into the KDE.org website, how many official ways are there to connect for local international communities at KDE? And what I mean by that is, how do they communicate with each other? How do they get information about their communities? How many different ways are there for those local communities to be engaged with KDE? So we saw websites. So that's clearly one. how many other ones are there? So I'm thinking here like mailing list, etc. 2? Who thinks there are 2 other ways, or 2 ways in total? So 4, 4 or 5? So the correct answer is 5. And these are websites, as just pointed out. Discourse, which is a new one. So if you said 4, maybe you didn't have that in your list of ways for local communities to communicate. Mailing lists, there are many local community mailing lists. Chat rooms, there are many on the Matrix, and probably in Telegram I know is a big one. And the KDE networks. I included this in there. This is a part of an outreach program in which they're sort of connecting different local communities. So yeah, websites we just saw. Here's the forum, Discuss. You have Germany, Finland, Italy, France, Spain, India, Brazil, and I don't speak the languages, but I'm guessing Chinese in China and Japan. Here are the official mailing lists listed at the website. I put in here some information about when the last post was, and what I write there, last post, I don't mean the post that I sent around identifying inactive or low frequency mailing lists. So that's not included in the last post. So here we have 16 different mailing lists for different groups. Many of which have not seen much, low frequency activity, which is fine, as was discussed in the discussion about this. Sometimes some communities don't need high frequency to be active. That totally makes sense, and mailing lists are actually a good place to have that kind of low frequency activity. They're not very intrusive. They don't require much from the user. You just receive information when there is information. But anyway, just to point out that there is sort of a low activity in some of them. Here's the list of Matrix and chat rooms. We have Russia, Brazil, Japan, Netherlands, Belgium, Iran, Portugal, China, Italia, Germany, Greece, Argentina, Spain, and then Spanish-speaking users, Latin America, France, and French-speaking users chat rooms. Yeah.
Some of those, including those on your previous slides, some look slightly different. For example, some of them could be local organizational tools, and others could be like user support in language, which, at least from the names, it is not fully clear if it is a local organizational tool or it is user support in.
It's a very good point. I just want to point out, I tried to leave out here the internationalization websites and chat rooms. This is all sort of local or language focused groups, and they might have slightly different purposes. Some might be local communities, some might be language oriented. So it's definitely a good point, and you see that here with Spain and Spanish-speaking users, etc. So there might be some different use cases. I would still say they're all sort of related to these local communities and international groups related to KDE. And if that's not clear, and I don't have off the top of my head information about each one of these websites, but I do have some examples, it's not necessarily communicated clearly at the information at the mailing lists or the matrix rooms. And I'm going to give some examples of that in just a second. And then here's the KDE networks, which include 5 different countries. Okay, so one of the things I want to point out here is I just showed all these different international groups and language-oriented groups, and I just want to, one of the questions is, are these various ways to connect, are they aligned, right? If you land on one, do you know about the others? And I'm just going to give some examples of what I found, and this comes across as critical, but I mean it with love, because I think we can improve this, right? So the KDE España website, if you look under the communication, it links to the old forum, has its own mailing lists, which are not the mailing lists that you find at kde.org under the mailing lists listed there. And there's no mention of the above mailing list, chat rooms, or discuss.kde.org community. If you go to the Spanish local community at Discuss, there's no mention of either the KDE España website or other communication channels. So if you're at one, you don't necessarily know the others exist, right? KDE Network's Brazil page, it links to the Matrix and Telegram chat rooms, and no other communication channels or websites are mentioned. The Matrix room links to the Brazil international site. And the Brazil website has, again, the Telegram groups and mailing lists. And there's no mention of the Discuss group or KDE Networks group. So again, you have this misalignment between information about how to communicate. If you go to the Brazil forum at the forum, there's no information provided about any of these other groups. Okay. And then the Greek one, there's no description provided in the mailing list. There's no mention of the Matrix room and vice versa, right? So if you land in one, you might not know about the other. You have a fracturing of the community, people communicating, not knowing that there's communication happening elsewhere. So information is scattered. You have unmaintained websites, outdated information. I'm going to look at that in just a second, some examples of that. Perhaps this is having these international websites separate from the translation of the KDE.org website. Maybe this is an inefficient use of possible translation teams, right? Maybe some of these teams actually be better used in translating the main website, and local communities could be somewhere else. Websites are hard to maintain, right? Some platforms have infrequent or no activity, and I think this inconsistency and lack of discoverability make for confusion and a suboptimal experience. And I think one thing we could think about, and this is something to talk about at the BOF, we can define consistent processes to funnel contributors into KDE. I use the example here of these international groups. How do we want people to go from that landing page into KDE? And can we align it across the different channels, right? So we end up with those different on-ramps all going in the same direction. Let's make information consistent, right? Let's communicate which platforms are used for which purposes at all platforms. And perhaps indicate the frequency of activity to manage expectations. If you know that a mailing list is low frequency and you sign up for it, you're not going to then be disappointed if you don't get much information, and it might help to know that perhaps the forum is more active, and that's where you actually want to engage. For local groups, maybe use low barrier platforms. You know, mailing lists websites are hard to maintain. Perhaps things like a mailing list or a forum is more appropriate instead of having a dedicated website. It's an opinion, people might disagree. And again, maybe internationalization can be taken care of at KDE.org with the translation teams. If you have opinions about this, join the internal communications BOF. And I just want to point out that I came across the KDE.in website doesn't seem to work. So maybe this can be retired if it's not being maintained. And the Peru group seems to be offline as well. So maybe just two things I came across in my searching through the different websites. And then finally, and I hope this takes just a couple of minutes, the blogs. How many blogs, official KDE blogs, are linked to at KDE.org? 1, 2, or 3? Okay, most hands were at 2, which is the correct answer, at least as far as I can tell. We have 2, Dot and Planet. Dot is referred to as KDE News, which is not actually a link. Just to point out, so those are the ones linked to at the main website. Planet is actually an aggregator, as you all know. It has 762 when I checked feed URL links. And there are many subgroups that are targeting different blogs, some of which are part of Planet, or I think all of them are part of Planet. There's a developer-specific legacy aggregate at blogs.kde.org. Which is no longer used, as far as I understand. There are project-specific blogs. You have blog.neon.kde.org, as well as eco.kde.org/blog, as well as gcompris has their own blog. And then you have language-specific blogs. kdeblog.com, I believe, is Spanish, if I remember correctly. So some problems that I'm identifying when thinking about this. I think there's not a problem having different blogs for different purposes. One thing I think is confusing is having one referent but 2 names. So you have something called Dot, and you have as well something linked to called KDE.news, which is inconsistent and perhaps confusing. I know it was confusing for me. And apparently I'm not the only one, because we sent around a survey recently, and this is one of the comments was, let's rename Dot to KDE.news or something similar, which I have to say I agree with. That makes it much more transparent about what the content is, Dot is not a very transparent name, especially if you're coming from that outsider to the insider category. Group-specific blogs, I didn't find any sort of clear list where you can say, okay, if I'm interested in this one subset of blogs, this is where I can go. And the community wiki only had sparse information about the different sort of blog groups. This was me sort of searching for blogs. I had to really actively find them. This was not necessarily an easy process. So some proposals: use transparent names and be consistent to help with recognizability. Contributors should easily know where to find info about the activity at KDE. This should be one of the basic, really most basic things. We should all know what's happening in the most easy way possible. It's not necessarily easy, but we can make it easier. And I think we should support more blog discoverability. If we have all these subblogs, or if we have subblogs, we should maybe make it so that it's linked to somewhere so people know I'm interested in this particular subset of activity. And it can be like a blog roll at Planet, right, that just says if you're interested in these, click here, and that takes you to maybe a specific subset of blogs. Again, if you have any opinions about this, join the BOF. And I'm just going to show as a last thing just an example of what I think. This is imaginary, but what could be 3 different on-ramping paths if you're landing on one of these international websites. I'm going to pick on KDE Italia a little bit because I kind of belong to that group, so I feel okay doing that. So the KDE Italia, they actually have their own dedicated website, separate from the KDE.org, called kdeitalia.it, I believe. This is where you land if you go to that website. And you see here immediately that the website is last updated in 2016, according to the website. It does seem that they have automated updates coming in one section of it, but the actual official website update. So if you're a user and this is where you first land, maybe it's not so great that it's now 9 years ago that it was last officially updated. It also, you have some links to different communities that you can get involved with. The thing is, if you click on it, this is where you land for the first one, the forum. You can search around and find the forum, but it's the old forum, and your first impression is going to be, okay, this isn't taking me anywhere. If you look around, you'll then land on the KDE Italia forum at the old forum, which has been archived. Okay, so that's one path if you land on the KDE Italia website. If you go to the KDE.org website and select Italian as your language, you're going to get more up-to-date information. And you might click on that top panel, Partecipa, so you're going to participate in the community, and now you land at the wiki, which is great. This is a lot of really good information with a nice table of contents. And if you go there, you're going to find out that there is a matrix and a mailing list, which is great. So this looks actually pretty up to date. The only problem is here, there's also now a community in Discourse, which is not listed here. This is something we can change, low-hanging fruit, not a big deal. So path 3 is you land in Discourse and you see, oh, there's a community of KDE contributors related to Italy. However, if you go there, it doesn't tell you any of the information about any other of the communication channels, which includes the mailing list and the matrix room. So these are just, again, I'm reiterating the same point from before. We can align this information. Maybe we can archive things that are no longer useful to us and maybe making a suboptimal user experience for going from that stage from I want to contribute to I'm now contributing. So on-ramping paths are inconsistent, information is out of date or incomplete, and there's a lack of discoverability of the other channels. And if you have proposals, we can discuss in the remaining time or join at the proposal. I wanted to leave it as an open question. And I just want to point out there's one other very related topic right now being discussed in Fabricator. Just the idea of formalizing a process for adding or removing services and platforms to KDE's infrastructure. I think one of the things that my sense is when looking at the sort of big picture is there is a proliferation of platforms, services, et cetera, which may all make sense at a certain point in time. They might not, and we should have a process for evaluating that. Do we want to add more to what we already have? And then how do we archive and remove it when it's no longer needed? So it doesn't remain there as sort of a zombie site where it's creating a suboptimal experience for people who want to get involved with KDE. So there is this proposal. I don't know now if it's open to the public, but be in touch if you're interested in discussing that more. And so my feeling, as I said at the beginning, is I think right now we're more like this, and I would like to see it end up more like this, where we're all sort of on-ramping and then going in the same direction. And I'm going to leave it at that, join the BOFs, and we have plenty of time for conversation. And I want to point out the conversation now, I'm happy to answer questions that maybe I can answer, but actually I think you all probably have more information than I do. So this should be a community conversation. It shouldn't be oriented to me. So thank you. So questions.
Yeah, thanks, Joseph. So we have 1 minute for questions. So. Otherwise, there are the BOFs, of course. Go there.
Thank you for talking about this topic. I want to ask you about what you think will be the result of getting to that model over there. One thing that I personally notice in the community is that a lot of long-standing contributors seem to suffer from an extreme form of email overload, where it becomes impossible to keep track of everything. So my observation there is that email often ends up as the single endpoint of information. So if we succeed at centralizing all these things in some form, maybe it's email, maybe it's something else, do you think that there's a risk that the result is just a huge form of information overload and nobody can keep track of everything just because there's too much?
So my position here is actually not that we need to centralize all services to one, like we all need to end up on email. My main point here is we need alignment across the platforms so that if you are active on email, you know that those other channels are active, so you can be engaged in different places. There needs to be a way to discover that information, and we need some consistency. So it's not so much saying we need to centralize all into one. That said, I do think sometimes less is more. So maybe if we need to find places where we centralize or at least deproliferate, maybe is another way to put it, so we're all sort of more into certain channels. Information overload certainly can be a problem. I mean, I know I experience that already at times in the KDE mailing lists. And that's where, yeah, I think having the right platform for the right group with information about like frequency of activity, what kind of information is supposed to be posted there, so you are in the place that you should be and not getting information that's not relevant for what you want. And then you know that there are other channels if you want other types of information, I think can help reduce that as long as it's clear where to go to get which information. So yeah, I don't want to say we all need to end up on email or we all need to be on Discuss. That's really not what I want to say here. If we have these different, which they might serve different purposes, if we have these different platforms, we need to be able to know where the other platforms are, what kinds of conversations are happening there, so that we can then be where we need to be to get the information that we need. So it's kind of a half answer here. Do we have time? Sorry, maybe I'm surprised that it took that long. I guess we don't have time.
Sorry, time's up.
Then please come to the BOF. Thank you.
when you want them. Oh my God.
Okay, next, Alesh will tell us all about the evolution of KDE's apps ecosystem.
I'll make fun of it in a second.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
All right. So as promised, is this working? Am I wearing the microphone wrong? Okay. As promised, I'm gonna make fun of my title by putting an emoji on it because it's the most keywordy and long title I've ever seen, at least on one of my presentations. Also, it's kind of wrong. This happens because they ask you to do the Akademy presentation somewhere in February or something when you're thinking about something else in life. It was cold back then, and I was living in another country and everything. Well, the point is that I'm not going to talk that much about apps. I'm going to talk about deployment strategies, though. And apps are part of it, but not entirely the whole thing. But yeah, my big fat title is wrong and ununderstandable, so I'm sorry about that. I'm sure that's why everyone else is on the other room listening to something much more interesting anyway. In any case, before I delve into it, for those of you who don't know me, that's my name, that's my email if you want to shout at me virtually. If you want to shout at me non-virtually, here I am. I've been a KDE contributor for quite a while now. I've been working on several both apps and well, in Plasma and well, many of our upstream projects. Since May, I'm working for a car company called Emission, doing well, car things, I guess. You might find it interesting because I'm doing KDE-related things on the car, so that's kind of fun, at least for me, and I guess for you too. If you were around yesterday, you will have seen me talking about board things because I am the KDE president. I have been for the last few years, and I'm running again, so if you're a KDE member, vote for me. You don't have an alternative, but still, vote for me. And like I was saying, I recently moved. I'm from Barcelona, was living in Barcelona, but I'm living in Berlin as of recently. Now, what I wanted to talk today about, and that's what kind of had in mind when I was well, creating that very weird and odd title, is how do we create thriving KDE products? As KDE, we've been creating like things forever. And I think that we all can agree that we've somehow failed at like delivering the whole thing, right? Software is a very complex topic, and one of the big topics of why is it so hard is because we're depending on so many things. You have all of the electronics, you have well, big hardware manufacturers that get the things that run our stuff. We've had the distros in the middle as well, where like they kind of orchestrated everything, and then we were there. Well, doing our best at providing something that could be useful for our users. A big part of why we've been doing this is also like it informs what we've put up with all of this complexity. We believe in creating an operating system that is good for our users, that is useful for people. But well, have we been able to provide our users with all the freedom we wanted? Well, the first point is that if you don't get to the users don't get to enjoy that freedom. You can always say, yeah, sure, they could have like installed Debian on their computer that came with Windows, and then they would have been freed from the heckles of society, but that's kind of a long shot. In any case, if I think about a thriving product, what do I think about? Well, first of all, it needs to be useful, right? Like, and most of our products, or if not all of them, are really useful. They cover a very clear use case. But also they need to be like safe and resilient in that like this is something that you need to be able to embrace and rely on. Like you're not gonna be writing well your letter to the loved one if you don't believe that, if you believe that it's gonna explode or that it's gonna leak somewhere or whatever. But also from our software creator perspective, it needs to like be easy to fix. Like somebody needs to be able to come and say, there is this problem, and we all know that every software has problems. They need to be able to address it, to add new features, to add new whatever that needs adding, and well, ship that to the other users that we're going to be getting. But it also needs to be able to be collaboratable, right? It's much easier to create a project where it's just you working there. As soon as we start like saying let's create it as a group, as a small society, well, problems increase. Obviously, this is not our problem. Luckily, this is a problem for every software developer around the world, and there's plenty of people who have well, addressed that. We use Git, for example, nowadays, and it wasn't even our idea. But I think that it's useful to reflect on why that's important, because when we think about how others create products, it can be tempting to say, let's embrace their limitations because they can be freeing. But I think that if we like forget about any of these four bottom lines, well, we're kind of lost. This doesn't mean that these are the only ingredients that can be there. Much like a lot of the recipes in the world, you can tweak them to your liking. But I think that these are four very important pillars. And I want to contrast the four of these with a little bit our history, our context, to be able to, well, to be able to explain why I think that we maybe haven't been able to deliver entirely on that premise. We're coming from what we've been talking about, the distro world. If you agree that this is the correct word, in that world, we're somewhat of a byproduct. Like as I was presenting it like 5 minutes ago, KDE, our software, and KDE being Plasma, but also all of our apps were like a byproduct of someone else's product, right? This is something that has been kind of unique in a moment in history of Linux and actually the software world, where like there was this moment between maybe the year 95 and 2010 where it made sense to create an operating system and try to sell it. This is not the case anymore. I guess that we all somewhat agree that like software is not something that you try to sell in exchange for a license that much anymore. Some people try to, even some of our partners, but I also know that they struggle at doing that because, well, software is very special that way. But in any case, there's been like all of these distributions that have been, well, taking what we create, putting it into their products, and driving it to their users, sometimes collaborating with us to improve KDE. So that's not to say that it has not worked at all. It definitely has had a very good impact in some parts of KDE, but it also has made it somewhat hard for us to innovate because we have lost that handle on how our products end up delivered into those users. Luckily though, like a lot of these distros, they are also like very open community, not unlike ours. So there's the possibility of a lot of us to like collaborate with these distros and make sure that things work. And this is something that has happened, it's happening today, and it was happening 20 years ago. So again, I'm not trying to pile on that model, just trying to explain my mindset here. It's also somewhat complex to navigate in that if you take the perspective that our end user ends up having is quite complex to end up reaching us. So if you're a consumer of Debian, if you're a consumer of SUSE, to which extent can you can you like walk the path that goes from whatever CD you got from that magazine into, well, the Dolphin maintainer who has a bug that is bothering you. And in addition, to which extent are we able to deliver the fix that this person had on the CD from that magazine to deliver a fix that is going to solve their problem. This is probably the problem of Linux in the last 20 years, and maybe this is something that we need to think about. And actually, like, this last point is what I wanted to talk about with this, pushes us to think about the future. We have always this, or we're put in this position where we need to think not about how to serve our current users, because our current users are already in the past somehow, and we need to always be thinking like maybe 6 to 20 months into the future when our users will be getting our new or our stable versions of the software and the kind of thing they will be getting. And I mean, this is good because, well, it gives us the speed and power to like be over there. But if we're always thinking about over there, we're never thinking about over here, which is where reality is in a way. I like to think that you all understood what I was trying to say here. I'm going to make a small exception and say, does anybody have a question or wants to insult me in any way right now? I will take that as a no. So if we say, okay, let's see how we move that forward, or how we have been moving that forward as an industry, because we as KDE, we have not like invented anything super new at all. We need to think about the apps. And it's actually very important that we think about the apps first, because one of my earlier points I was making is that these projects need to be able to extend. And when we think about extending an operating system, the obvious thing to think about is the apps. The apps are these things that don't come from the operating system. They come from, well, normally third parties. They can come from you as well, but they are designed to be able to come from third parties and extend the functionalities that your system is already providing. Like, that would be by definition what an app is, right? And this is something that, well, we as the Linux desktop, if you wish, have been thinking about for, at the very least, the last 5 years. It's been a big push. Obviously, there's been efforts in the past, but they didn't really go kind of anywhere. This is something that also, for example, the web Linux has been thinking about as well when they, well, designed Docker. Why was Docker designed? Well, I wasn't on that room, but I'm pretty sure that the idea was, I don't want to make my company's software something part of Debian, because that's not what I do. I want to be able to like put my software in any Linux device and be able to run it properly. And that's not unlike what probably the conversation happened when they decided to start working on Snap, when they decided to start working on AppImage, and when they started to work on, well, Android APKs, Flatpaks, whichever. So as soon as we have this, this separation of not everything needs to be coming from the operating system, we can start thinking about creating an operating system, and we can start thinking about, well, different base solution. And I think that treating the apps as end products, it can be freeing. If you were listening to the keynote from the KDE Live people, I think that it's very interesting how like they can afford themselves to just be thinking about KDE Live and video and the things they care about. They don't need to be thinking about, I don't know, the rest of the operating system, which is something that ends up happening, especially on those cases where the line between what is operating system and what is your product is a bit blurry. But on the other hand, if we find, or if we can afford ourselves to find in a place where you can say, I know that this is my problem I want to solve, and just mine, then you can start working on, well, not only the product itself, but actually explaining the product for different platforms as well, often explaining, well, trying to fundraise for the product, trying to fundraise for the product in different venues, etc. And actually telling that your product is great. Like you don't need to be selling the Linux desktop always, only because you were working on a small calculator or something. You can just be saying, my app is useful. Why am I saying all of this? Well, this is the vision statement we have right now, which reads, I mean, it's much more explained on the wiki, and I completely recommend you all to be reading what we say, but well, the title, the slogan is a world in which everyone has control over their digital life and enjoys freedom and privacy. And obviously, I mean, this is great, and I completely subscribe to it, but we cannot really say that this can be achieved only with apps. We need to have an understanding that is more vertical to the solutions that we provide. And actually, it's much more vertical than all of our products, because, for example, we're never going to be providing, I don't know, microchip, right? Like, there's always going to be other parts of the ecosystem that escape us, especially if we remember that we think and work on software, which is not something that cannot change. Maybe KDE in 50 years has a big factory in Taiwan producing processors. Would be surprised, but who knows? In any case, what I wanted to say is, if we want to fulfill the full the KDE vision, we need to be able to think about the environment that we are offering to our users. And well, so far we've been doing this through Plasma. So I think that it's important then, if we allow ourselves for Plasma to be that part of the picture. How do we envision Plasma? Like, something that has kind of, I want to say, bothered me in the past is that we can see Plasma as the different components into our desktop, right? It can be like these windows, it can be that menu over there, it can be, I don't know, the software center. But it's very hard to marry going back to the vision, like controlling all of your digital life by using these menus and everything. You're gonna do that. We need to be thinking about Plasma, I think, from like the ground up, thinking about like the hardware, how we integrate into the hardware through the operating system to some extent, and to and up to the UX, because otherwise Plasma becomes something theoretical. If you are in this, I don't know, ideal hardware, everything will be under control, but that's, well, kind of the assumption, right? Otherwise, you can never be sure that you're being true. What I want to say then is that it's the hardware that makes it real, and the only way to prove that is that nobody has run Plasma in the past without hardware, because that's not possible. Well, that's what I was talking about earlier. No need to go through it again. So why am I talking about this right now? Well, first, I'm not just talking about this right now. I have been talking about this for a while. I think that I was talking, for example, about our relationship with KDE Slimbook back in Vienna, I want to say, or maybe Albania. And it's been quite on this discussion. So far, we had maybe a different approach. We had been collaborating, for example, with KDE Neon on that front, but also like KDE Neon itself, we've seen it maybe not be everything that we would always want to be. It has a lot of legacy for good reasons. Like we're standing on very strong legacy, but it doesn't stop being a big legacy. And like it's sitting on some legacy that is also kind of expensive for us to afford, because it's not designed for us, right? But right now we are in this position where we have a good number of hardware partners who claim to care about us and who collaborate with us in many ways. And on the other hand, also ourselves, we're invested in hardware products. We've been working on, for example, the PinePhone with Pine64, with Slimbook on the KDE Slimbook. And what we've been doing there is saying, okay, let's make what we create not theoretical anymore. Let's take this piece of hardware and make it work. And I would say that it has worked quite well. The laptop here is one of these. It works great, and I can only see us like being able to do better by well, furthering this relationship. It is still hard though to be flexible. So if we wanted to say today, let's make, I don't know, a tablet product, we would need to do a lot of, well, non-actual Plasma work to get there. And actually that is probably maybe something that we should be thinking about. Like we should be able to say, if we care about this new platform, let's try to embrace it. Also, right now, there's new technical solutions. And what I mean by that is that the Linux operating system ecosystem has been evolving for the last few years. And there's a lot of new solutions that we can, well, start looking at right now and see if they can be probably, maybe to put in financial terms, like cheaper to use these new technologies and see if we can serve our users like we want, rather than taking the big complex ones from the past. And I think that there's a good chance there. So what I want to do now is go back to the ingredients, the recipe I came up with a few minutes ago, and say whether we can create something that that is fitting that definition. And if I think about it in terms of hardware and KDE, I think that we have a very good shot. Like we can have Plasma with all its bells and whistles. Plasma is already flexible enough to target a lot of the different hardware platforms that we have around, that we're seeing. We have a lot of the flexibility to create new platforms that the world hasn't seen, if that's something that we need or want. So I think that we are on a good track there. Making it safe and resilient is something that, well, for our software, we have all of the tools that are necessary, but we're also sitting on a massive platform like the Linux platform is, as in the kernel and all of the middleware that we have available. We have a lot of partners that are making sure that everything works as it should, and obviously it's also available to all of us to use and extend and fix and improve, right? Actually, all of them fitting all of these requirements. So I again think about that it's something that we can do. Speaking the third point, I think that we can agree that as KDE we can collaborate on things. As KDE, basically what we've been doing so far is becoming good at collaborating on software projects. Actually, the earlier presentation was a good example for that. Like we've had people from around the world working together on different projects and being excellent at it. So actually that's kind of what we do in KDE. So here a bit the question is, how do we create a product? And actually maybe we can narrow it down a bit and say somewhat simple solution for an operating system that it's still easy to fix and extend. If you look at the different, or if I look at the different solutions that are coming together, as soon as you start making it a bit simpler, thinking about this whole concept of read-only operating systems, thinking about well, removing all of the dependency trees that become available to the user, it becomes slightly complex to tweak certain parts, and we need to find the good. I don't want to say compromise even. We need to find a good solution where we can still do everything we want to do. We can still allow our users to be able to do what they want to do without having to have something that is far too complex for all of us to support, and actually too complex for us to promise that we can deliver the experience that KDE wants to deliver. And actually it's not even us just doing it. there's a whole hardware industry that has been working and thinking about this problem for quite a while. And I think that reflecting on how they've been doing would maybe be a little bit useful. So I listed here some approaches that maybe have worked to some extent or not. The first I thought that could be useful to think about was the Steam Deck. So the Steam Deck, what they did to put together an operating system, and I found it kind of interesting, was, and that's from my perspective, it's not what they say or how they explain it, well, mostly because they don't say or explain many things. But what I've seen is, well, I've seen its binaries, they decide to put them all into a big fat package, and they end up delivering that. They deliver it into read-only operating system that you can in turn make not read-only again. And when you update, what you update is this big package, everything goes away, and you replace it. You replace it with something that is, well, whatever they gave you. So if you made it like non-read-only and you modified that, obviously everything gets lost. It's not the worst solution in history. It works, and actually it could fix a lot of the boxes that we need. A lot also of the discussion here is where do you draw the line between what is the part of the operating system and what not. And here is where we see that this app concept is very important. Like as soon as you consider, well, an app something that is not part of the operating system, then you can start seeing well, that if something needs to be an app, then it will be, it should remain after these wipes or not. In KDE, actually, I think that we have a little bit of a problem there. We have a lot of things that we consider apps that aren't really part of the operating system. If we start, for example, seeing at how the different well, app subsystems work, we see that there's a lot of things that, for example, are apps in KDE. I am mainly thinking about Dolphin right now, that like they couldn't possibly work properly as an app itself, because we need, well, to have a lot of information of our user, information that we probably wouldn't want to be giving to every app. Obviously, there's ways to cut corners on any security measure, but this is something that needs to be discussed. This needs to be discussed by whoever ends up designing that operating system that we might be creating. Something that the industry has been using for quite a while as well is Yocto. And I found it quite interesting. This is something that I've been experiencing much more since I changed employers. And I find it interesting that the industry decided to put that together, because it, on the first look, it doesn't look that great. If you start digging a little bit, you will see, or I started seeing, why they did it like this, and there's definitely good points on that. If you saw Andreas's presentation yesterday, I think that he did cover a lot of those advantages, and I think that there's much we can learn there. I'm not sure if this is the tool we would want to use, but for example, being able to have the industry caring about certain aspects of the super lower level of our stack and allowing us to focus on what we like is something that Yocto would be able to offer us, and a lot of the other approaches don't. Like, for example, the Steam Deck, they have the super advantage that they decided to sit on the Intel platform through AMD, but still the Intel platform. And through that, they have a lot of standard that you can find that as soon as you leave that somewhat safe space, you lose automatically with ARM and lately with RISC-V. But on the other hand, like, there's a lot of very interesting hardware that we want probably to target at some point, that that over there's been people caring about those areas. It would be interesting to see if, for example, our Plasma Mobile team would have had a better life if they'd been looking at this kind of tooling or not. I don't know, actually. Like, talk to them. I'm sure that they will have a more interesting answer than I have right now. Something I want also to reflect on a little bit is Android, because Android is effectively a Linux that has been put together by one of the biggest companies in the world, and even them, they're struggling into like producing like new versions for the different pieces of hardware that they provide. And actually a lot of the problems that they see are similar to ours, right? Like, how is it that you buy an Android phone from 2 years ago and you cannot update it anymore? Makes you think that something deeply rotten is in the hardware industry over there. But on the other hand, they do have like the reach to target tons and tons of millions of, well, I don't know if it's millions of devices, but it's certainly thousands of millions of users. And I'm sure that there's things we can learn there. My impression is that what we can learn is more on the very lower level of the stack rather than on the very top. So I think that looking there, it would be interesting. Then I included others here because I know that lots of the, well, legacy Linux distros are moving into like or less legacy kind of approaches. OpenSUSE has their own, Fedora has their own, and they're all like doing a lot of the things that we want to do. I think that looking at what they're putting together and seeing how useful that would be to, well, to our intentions and our products would be interesting. On the other hand, they have not been as successful as doing that as the three of these. I would say, especially because I don't think that they're being delivered to end users, which is actually what I'm talking about. I am not talking about the ability to put us an operating system together, because like there's many crazy ways of doing that. I think that the important part here is the ability to put together a great software solution that well goes in line with how the hardware industry works nowadays. So if I think about what we really need is a lot of things that we already have, right? Like, for example, building infrastructure we do have. We have a continuous delivery, we have a CI, and we have some QA systems. That's not to say that they're enough. They're clearly not enough. And actually, I can only imagine all of these exploding much more over the next few months and years because, well, if we want to serve users, we need to be producing things that our users are able to do. We've been doing a lot more of that for applications, for example, but so far less so for, well, hardware-specific things other than Dion, which is a good thing, don't get me wrong. We need supported hardware. That's also very interesting. Like, you cannot be saying, we want to work on a set-top box, but don't have a set-top box in mind that you want to target. It can also be a bad thing because you might be doing workarounds for that set-top box to be supported, but on the other hand, you will end up with a set-top box that works, that you can iterate and you can improve and deliver to users eventually. If you don't have something that you can provide to your users, or you hope that they will have a theoretical piece of hardware, I'm sure that we're going to be losing a lot of users and a lot of opportunities there. We need to have great software solutions, which we do, and we need to have a great ecosystem, which we are. So I think that we can call those a win already. But in any case, we're going to be having an increased workload because there's more tasks that we need to do as a community. There's more programs that we need to execute on our CI. That we're going to be needing to do a lot more things if we go on that route. I think it's worth it, but it needs to be all of us who want to do it to be there. Something that I think that is important that we think about is a clear developer story. I don't think that the developer story is something easy to tackle specifically when you think about the operating system, but also it's something that, interestingly, Andreas touched on yesterday. He was talking about how you normally do it on your desktop, and then you deliver it to the hardware. Well, we will see how we can do that. But I think that it's an interesting endeavor, something worth of us thinking about. If you're interested, I would like to say come talk to me, but I don't really have a good answer for you. I would say go talk to all of the people in the community who are thinking about this problem. You can talk to me if you want, and I'll tell you who you can talk to if that's where you're stuck. But I think that it's important that we collaborate in there. And actually, like right now is the moment to be thinking about this. It's not something that we should be thinking about in a couple of years, or we cannot even think like we should have been doing that like 5 years ago. Right now, it's the moment to be thinking about this topic because we have the right momentum, we have the right partners, and the industry, our partners, software partners are also thinking about these solutions. So I think that right now it's a good moment to be working on it and collaborating to be able to put something like that together. Now, if you have some questions, you can ask right now or somewhere around.
Thank you, Alesh. Seems there are no questions, so...
Good. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Next up will be the group photo, so don't run away, just follow, I don't know, somebody will tell you where to go to be taken. And we'll be here. Yeah, show. Excellent. So everybody stay where you are.
If everyone could come down to the seats here in the middle, facing the stage, and we'll be taking the photo from the stage. Thanks. Yeah.
Well, what is what? Okay. Everything. So first, what's this person? This is me. That person there. Yeah. There's some things about me. You can send me an email or not. Also, I'm not the KDE president yet, but I'm also not running, so that's probably not gonna change. Yet. So what's the vision behind this entire endeavor? Well, quality is important, obviously. I've been telling you this for years now. And quality of our GUI applications in particular important since we primarily write GUI applications. So naturally we should have GUI tests, except we don't. And it becomes ever more important as we're moving into a world with QML, where we cannot rely on the compiler anymore to tell us that things are obviously wrong. So obviously wrong things like accessing an object that is null suddenly doesn't become so easy as it was. And at the same time, unit tests do not really capture the entire picture, right? They test the individual unit, and what happens in the big picture when the entire application is assembled kind of falls by the wayside. And I mean, that's not their purpose, right? So obviously, such a GUI test would need to be easy to use. And what I mean by that is it needs to be easy to write the code for the test, right? If it's annoying to the developer to write the test, then they are not going to write the test. And at the same time, it needs to be a reproducible test. So obviously, I would like to be able to run it on my system, not just the CI, or worse yet, some random server somewhere on the internet that you can't even specifically inspect the results in. So that was the vision, and then comes the problem. So we don't really want to build everything ourselves, right? We want to is kind of what we want, kind of in the way that we want it. We just need to tweak it a bit. So let's look at the building blocks, because obviously not everyone here knows what Selenium is. Selenium is a tech stack. It's very much the key of this tech stack that does UI automation. What do I mean by that? Well, if you tell your computer, press this button, then it presses the button without you having to click the button. Simple, right? Everyone gets that? Yes? Cool. Selenium features a server-client architecture. It supports many languages. It has cross-platform support, so all the things that we need, which is interesting and exciting. So Selenium definitely needs to be part of our stack. On top of Selenium, I've discovered there's another thing called Appium. Appium takes Selenium and makes it very much app-specific. So something about Selenium, one of the great disadvantages perhaps is that it's very web-centric. So it's meant for you to test your websites. But as it turns out, a website isn't so different from a modern application anyway. So you can apply much of the same concepts to desktop or mobile applications. And that's what Appium does. It's basically sitting on top of Selenium. Then behind Selenium sits a thing called the web driver. It's essentially the server part of the client-server architecture of Selenium. The web driver executes whatever action it's being told to execute. So when you tell your computer, press that button, it's not Selenium doing it, it's the web driver doing it. The web driver is W3C spec. It's super well defined, awkwardly well defined, I might say. Goes into great detail about all the API things. But it defines an API for automation, which is important because now we have something that we can write against, right? And so the last building block that we need is ATSPI. Now, who here does not know what ATSPI is? Okay, so ATSPI is kind of the core technology for assistive stuff on Linux. So all the accessibility stuff essentially runs through ATSPI. ATSPI is mostly a dbus protocol that establishes how this communication has to happen and what APIs need to be provided. But the toolkits are the ones implementing that. And so through the toolkits, every application on the Linux desktop, more or less anyway, already gets ATSPI support. Is everyone on board with that? Yeah, cool. But wait. So I've added accessibility to this picture now, which is interesting. It's also very important. So accessibility has an overlap with automation in that it wants to do much the same things. It needs to inspect what is on the screen, it needs to interact with what is on the screen, it needs to click a button, from our example. So it's about having the computer manipulate its own state. Very much like we need for testing. And so by building on top of the accessibility stack, we get all this automation capability, and at the same time, we use our accessibility features implicitly. So now suddenly we realize that there are accessibility problems, that sometimes things are not annotated, that they are not correctly named, that they do not have a name at all perhaps, that they are not interactable. All these things that accessibility asks of us as sort of extra curricular work from the developer, we usually don't notice it because we don't use accessibility. But if we do testing through accessibility, now it becomes a different story because we're using it. So we can put all these building blocks, all the trees together and form a lovely forest. You can see the forest right there. It's a bit foggy. So we have a bunch of client libraries, and we have a bunch of HTTP and JSON in the middle, and then we have ATSPI on the end, and somewhere there's an application. So essentially it looks like this in black and white, because the slides are in black and white. But what is this? WebDriver. Why do you not have an icon? Oof. Big question mark there. Something is missing. The WebDriver bit. So the actual thing that does the work, right? That is missing because there's no such thing for ATSPI. We need a WebDriver that is capable of receiving Selenium requests and then translating that to ATSPI requests. And that's the thing I did. So if you check it out on Invent, that would be cool. It essentially handles the communication between Selenium and the actual entity under test. So if you start kcalc and test kcalc, then the WebDriver will be talking to kcalc through ATSPI. So now all the protocols are well defined, and we're super independent of one another, because if Selenium should fall by the wayside, we can just write our own Selenium or pick something else up. And we maintain the WebDriver, so that's lovely, and ATSPI can be switched out for another technology, and now that is interesting, because now you could technically write a test that runs on Windows and on Linux. Isn't that exciting? It's not there yet, so don't get too excited. So our WebDriver does a bunch of things. First of all, it does this translation between Selenium and ATSPI and all that. It also comes with a start wrapper, so you don't have to manually set up your execution environment, because we need to spin up a bunch of stuff. You know, your ATSPI daemon, your dbus daemon, your whatever other daemon you might possibly want. And the WebDriver takes care of that. It's also able to create video recordings, and that's because of a design decision that we've made. So ordinarily, you would run the application on your actual system, right? But we wanted a bit of confinement, but not too much confinement. We essentially wanted to be able to manipulate the input of the application without impacting the input that you are actually doing. So what we're doing is we're spinning up a nested Quinn Wayland session, within your existing session. So you can be running X11, but it will be spinning up a Wayland window. And inside that window, we can do whatever input manipulation we want without affecting anything on the outside, which is pretty cool. But it also affords us the opportunity to do screen recording super easily, thanks to work that Aleš has done the past year. So that's pretty cool. We can also do, of course, screenshots, for example. Obviously, if we can do video, we can do screenshots. Oh, live demo time. Ooh. This is gonna be exciting. Also because I don't actually see it. So here we go. It's obviously not live because I'm not. I've been burned before, my friends. But we're using a very experimental video player. What? Well, it is. I'm live right here, right? So yeah, so this is a video of a test. Quinn Wayland started up, K-Info Center is starting up. It's typing in stuff, and then it's inserting stuff, and then it goes away again. That was obviously a bit quick, so maybe let's do it a bit slower. So what it's doing now is it's looking for the search field, and it goes, do I find a search field? Hello, search field, where are you? And the search field goes, oh, here I am. And so it selects the search field. It's hard to see, but it's not selected. And now it starts typing. So that's input synthesis through Quinn Wayland. So no actual typing is occurring there. And now it's loaded the CPU module, and it's asserting, is it actually the CPU module? Is it selected in the list view and all that? And that's the end of the test. Let's look at another one. It's a big surprise. What's the test? Oh, it's the media album thingamajigs from Plasma. This is a super involved test actually on the backend side because we are provisioning an entire fake dbus Empress service just to test this thing. It's pretty amazing on the backend even if it doesn't look it, but I need to show you something. And then here we have a test in Discover, I think. And don't get distracted by all the debug messages. This is an experimental version of Dragonplayer, and I forgot to remove the debug messages. So it again searched for the search field. It's typed in calcium. It opened calcium. It's gonna click on the install button any minute now. Now it's installing calcium. Should only take a couple seconds, hopefully. Well, of course it does. It's recorded. So, right, so now it's installed, it can be launched, and now it's uninstalling it again. It's a very simple test, but a very important test because this is a core workflow. If this breaks, then what's the point of Discover? Alrighty, let's look at some code. What kind of code do you want to see? Test code or driver code? Very good. Very good selection, my friends. Okay. Is it large enough? Okay, so here's some simple setup for the test. Setting up the repositories for Flatpak and whatnot. Blah, 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 standard test setup stuff. Then it's creating a web driver. It's here. It's on the local host. It's a service that is spun up by our run wrapper that is part of the driver. So that's like boilerplate stuff that just goes into every test. Indeed, most of the stuff is boilerplate. So this teardown stuff is also boilerplate. It's taking a screenshot and quitting the driver. Nothing particularly interesting. So this is actually where the logic happens, right? So first of all, we have a wait condition. For 30 seconds, we're going to wait for the loading label to disappear. So here it says label loading. That's like a special type of string, a descriptive string from ATSPI. that basically defines the type of what you're looking for and the current label that it carries. There are various lookup methods. This is one of them, and by far the simplest. Actually, no, the simplest is just using the name, I think. So in this case, we're being a bit more explicit. We're saying it needs to be a label, and it needs to have the string loading. Next, we're looking for the search field. So we're doing a simple find element call and looking for the search field. We're making sure that the search field gets focused and assert that state. Now that we have the search field focused, we can input the keys calcium and hit enter. And then again, we have a wait condition for 30 seconds for the data to actually load, blah, blah, blah. Same thing repeats. We wait until the list item calcium appears, and then we click on it. At this point, we're doing a bunch of assertions, so we're looking for the application description and making the very useful assertion that the description is actually not empty. So the length would be greater than 64. Next, we're looking for a push button, and the push button should say install from Flutter user, and then we're going to click on it, and then we're going to wait for 120 seconds. That's always the maximum amount of time that we're waiting. It's not a regular sleep, right? We're looking for a push button. It's going to do remove, blah, blah, blah. Same dance again. We're again waiting until the install button appears again. Exciting code, right? It's super boring. But, I mean, it's a test, right? What did you expect? Come on. Let's maybe look at another one. Which one? There are really no exciting tests, unfortunately. Oh, we can look at this one. So this is the super exciting one that I was talking about, because it has its own Empress player implementation as part of the test. So I'm not going to go through this, but it's like a lot of work. Fushan did the work. It's super, super awesome. So it's using JRO to set up an entire server as part of the test, and then somewhere hopefully there would be the test case. Yeah, so all that stuff was just a setup, right? So here's the actual test case. And I think if you've read a couple of lines, you already have a feel for how simple this is. It's really not magic. So again, we're finding an element. This time we're just looking for it to say play. We're not asserting that it has any specific type in this case. Then we're looking for the previous button, the next button, the shuffle button, the repeat button. And then we're gonna do some matching and probably some assertions at some point. We're gonna do a click on a button. So you can also look for a button in the UI, then hold it as a variable in your test, and later reference it again. So this previous button here, play button, has been defined all the way at the top, and now it's being used again. And you can use it as long as its lifetime is valid, right? Yeah, that's about it. What else can we look at? System tray test. Oh, that one is also interesting because it actually implements a system tray. An XEmbed tray icon. So essentially, I think the use case for this was the XEmbed icons broke in one of the recent Plasma releases, and so Fushan added this test, which adds an XEmbed tray icon and then asserts that it's actually there. Let's have a look-see. Right. So here he's starting the XEmbed as an iProxy. Blah, 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 test, waiting for a bit. So this is actually the only important line in this entire exercise, is the presence of an element located by its title. right? That's the only thing that we want to assert. If the Plasma system tray is loaded and an Xembed application is also running, we should see an icon. And at the end of the day, ideally, this should be the only thing you need to write, but of course, being Xembed, it needs more setup logic. Okay, anything else? Any wishes? I have a calculator test that is fascinatingly boring. Let's have a look. Okay, so it clears everything. It puts 7 in. It checks that the result column says 7. Then it does calculations. It's amazingly simple. And so, what are some of the gotchas? Or actually, let's look at something else first. Let's go to my slidey slides. We've been here, here. Oh, yes. So the ATSPI ecosystem. So there's ATSPI, which is like the protocol and the thingamajigs that defines how applications can be manipulated from the outside. There's one super important tool that's called Exerciser. It basically allows you to introspect what's going on inside ATSPI. And it's super important because we need to be able to find out what ATSPI actually sees of the application. I will show you in a minute what that looks like. And of course we have the application. The application needs to implement ATSPI, which de facto means that every application has it because it's in the toolkit. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So let's look at the Exerciser. Is there another slide? Oh, there's another slide. Exerciser. Let's hope nothing crashes. Ooh. You don't see it, but something crashed. No. Okay, so this is Exerciser. It's essentially a debugging tool for all intents and purposes. And we can look, actually let's open kcalc because kcalc is kind of simple. So we have kcalc open. And it almost appeared automatically. So now we can look at what ATSPI sees of kcalc. So there's like a super frame of the entire window apparently, then we have a filler, a status bar, a menu bar, a toolbar, and another filler. I'm gonna guess that the main toolbar is gonna be interesting. No, it's not. It has undo, redo, cut, and copy. But like we could execute these actions right now. I'm gonna look for something more exciting. So one of the problems is with our current accessibility structures is we have lots of noise items, right? Like you can see that there are items that say nothing and they have no actual function. They are just there because automatically they are injected. And we as developers really should remove items that we do not need. So they don't clutter up the ATSPI bus, they don't clutter up Exerciser, they don't consume resources. So yeah, let's take a look. So this thing here is probably the result display. Let's have a look. Nope. Yes. So these are the properties of the thing that we are looking at. And apparently we are looking at the hex display. So this is like an ID that is auto-generated inside Qt of like every Q object that we have. And it's based on the Q object name, I think. Also the classes are mixed in. It's a bit magic what's going on, but it doesn't really matter because usually you set your object name to something and then it shows up here and then you can go, this is my object name, please find this object. So we have a bunch of displays here, right? Because So that's again one of these problems where we show something that we shouldn't be showing. We're currently displaying all the different result displays. So like decimal, binary, octal, whatnot. We're displaying all of them in ATSPI, even though in the UI there's only one open, right? So that's confusing, and that's also confusing for accessibility reasons, because obviously these are all getting enumerated. This is really the worst example, isn't it? Ah, I found the buttons. Okay, so currently it says 0. Let's make it say 7 apparently. So we're gonna scroll down here, go into action, then it doesn't want to scroll anymore. Here we go. Okay, let's press this action, perform this action, and it says 7, magic. And so what I've done manually is also what the WebDriver essentially does, right? It looks through the ATSPI table and looks for the element that makes the most sense for the description that we have, and then it executes an action on it. The actions can be varied. So here we have a press action and so set focus action. There could also be a toggle action. There could be actually any action. It's not specified what actions need to be available. So you can have like a rotate by 90 degrees action if you want to. And let's exercise. Okay, let me try to recover my slides. This is only going to take 5 minutes. Maybe. Almost there. I see your progress bar. Almost there. Oh, come on, you can do it. You can do it. Okay, so we've been here, we've looked at this. We've looked at the code. I hope you found the code exciting. Really, that was like the main thing I wanted to have. But, so the only reason why I'm even giving this talk is because I need your help, right? I need you to write the code. Or, just as good, write test scenarios. So, not necessarily the code, but write something down that someone can turn into code. So, like, open this application, click on the menu bar, click on the file open thingamajigs. A dialog opens, click on this thing. It's a bit tedious, but once we have this set up, then we just need to maintain it. So we need to push through this initial hurdle of, it's so much work and it's boring. But once we do, it's going to be amazing. And that concludes my talk. Questions? So many questions. Gee.
Why does your boringly simple calculator test that calculates 7 + 1 = 8 contain copyright of Microsoft?
Yes. So the calculator test was actually derived from Microsoft. That is why,
Related to this, I mean, this is exactly what you shouldn't test with UI tests, that the calculator calculates correctly. I mean, it's a bit of an edge case because you want to see that the result is displayed, but you don't want to actually test the calculation.
That is true, yeah. You should do it as a unit test.
So, you did this WebDriver that translates from Selenium, whatever, to ATSPI. you could have as well decided to not use ATSPI and use like the QObject model or something, right?
Yeah.
So you did it on purpose, so that we would kill two birds with a shot, or was it just like the most like one-to-one conversion? Like, is it because my fear is that the Selenium model and the ATSPI model doesn't necessarily match one with each other, or maybe it does? Or?
It matches fairly well. So, I mean, a web application today has buttons and widgets and transformations and rotations and all this stuff, right? So they map fairly well. But it was a conscious decision that this also brings us forward with accessibility.
First of all, thank you. I did QA and I have done web UI tests for Plasma. So, and a problem I've had is transient image events. For example, the package kit updater system tray indicator has like this dot that can stay, that it's basically info or like something happened, and even can stay up for a while, even after you installed it. I had problems with that. How does this handle transient events and things that are not buttons or textile images? So how could it tell that the package kit system tray indicator is in this state?
Yeah. It can't. Maybe it can. I'm not sure that it can. So in Exerciser, there are like this dialog I showed you where I clicked on press the action, right? There are a lot of properties that you can set on accessibility elements that are not necessarily there, but there are usually ways to expose them. So it's probably a matter of us exposing the information through ATSPI so we can then use them in a test.
Also, have you tried OpenQA?
I have tried OpenQA. So, I didn't really go into this, but like the difference to OpenQA is that OpenQA is an image-based test system, whereas this tests functionality, right? And so writing tests for them is also radically different, because in the one you're basically creating images and say this is my reference, and what is on screen should look like my reference, whereas here you saw it, we are writing out the actual functional logic of if I click this button then this should happen.
Thanks a lot. I have so many questions. I'll ask them later.
Yeah.
So as came up yesterday, this is great work for all three of KDE's current goals. I was wondering for the sustainability user emulation aspect, do you have an idea of how demanding running Selenium tests is? Is it energy consuming itself?
I haven't looked into it. I've given it a thought, but I haven't yet looked into it. It's definitely something to look at, but it should not be that resource intensive. Or put another way, if it is, that is a bug.
You have shown us 4 examples where things worked out. Do you also have an example where things go wrong?
No, because obviously all our tests are amazing. I mean, so if things go wrong, this entire thing basically integrates with C-test. So when you run C-test, it will also automatically run the Appium tests, as long as you have the tech stack installed. And because it's integrated in C-test, if it fails, it will just show up as a C-test failure. Does that answer your question?
Okay. Are there any plans? I'm guessing this integration is not KDE specific. So, are there maybe any plans to upstream it into Selenium proper as an extra backend for use in other applications?
It is currently specific to Plasma because we're using Quinn Wayland. There's possibly opportunity for upstreaming. I haven't really given it any thought because of Wayland, we need a bunch of custom code inside the WebDriver.
Okay. Also, another question. I noticed in one of the scripts that a time-based weight is applied before actually testing. Is it possible to somehow do so asynchronously? I mean, without waiting, let's say, 30 seconds, but rather when a signal is raised before starting, and there's another signal is raised at the end, in order to not depend on transient events which would throw things off.
I don't think so. So generally, it's a polling-based API that Selenium has with the WebDriver. There may be, there has been a new version of the spec for like a year. There may be something in there that actually does a more interactive approach to the entire thing. So maybe.
Hi. So if running ctest also then runs, for example, the test to install a Flatpak package, like this obviously depends, I guess, on Flatpak being installed on the host, and it also installs and uninstalls random stuff on the host. Is there any way to like make this more self-contained, so kind of to have like a fixed test environment also, and not to depend on like random stuff and mess up random settings that you have?
It's absolutely possible. I opted not to do it by default because it makes testing more complicated, because suddenly you need to spin up your entire environment within a confined space. So yeah, it's possible, but not by default.
So you said this runs on Kale and Wayland, right?
Yeah.
Could it be possible in the future to use Selenium to test for X11 specific bugs? Because that's something that I've had to deal with.
It's possible. There is an operation mode where it doesn't start up Quinn Wayland, but instead uses your existing session. Then it's possible.
Okay.
It's not going to be pretty though. I mean, especially if you want to crash your X server, then your session is gone. So that complicates matters a bit. But that is true.
Hey, I don't like Python. Can I write it in another language?
Oh, that's one of the amazing things of Selenium, is you can write it in Ruby or Python or C# or Java or, I don't know, C++ probably.
Okay, now I want my KDE application to be tested on Windows. And you said it's Quinn Wayland specific, so how do I do that?
You just use the Microsoft provided WebDriver. So if we go back to the sequence diagram, if I can find it. This one, right? The WebDriver bit can be exchanged, right? That can be our WebDriver, it can be the Microsoft WebDriver, it can be an Android WebDriver, it can be an iOS WebDriver. They exist, yeah. They can be the same. So the question was if the tests can be the same. The answer is, so the thing is, it depends on how you write your test, right? Like I've shown you how to write like the brackets, label, pipe, some label play, for example. That is an ATSPI specific notation. You can also just search for the name of the button, in which case your test is less precise, but will be portable to all platforms. Does that make sense? Oh, cool.
Thanks, Harald.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome to Akademy. We're here doing a presentation around how we do things around testing, how we want to go about testing. One thing is that you may well be aware is that software has bugs, and there's bugs in all over the place, and there's obviously bugs in KDE applications, in KDE Plasma. And one way to find those bugs and squash them is to do some automated testing, which is what Harold was doing, was explaining and working on in the previous presentation that happened right before this one. One other way to make bugs go away and find them is to ask for people to test the software that we produce and to make this as easy as possible. One thing is that we're probably a lot of people here are developers, are KDE developers, but we're always the users of someone else's developer. Essentially, we don't necessarily work on the whole KDE software stack. We don't work on everything, and so sometimes you may be testing an application from another project, and you may not be aware or able to test this application or compile this application yourself, and you want to have something easier to test it than having to delve completely into the source code, etc. So that's what we're going to talk about here. We're going to talk about testing. When do we want to do testing? How do we want to do testing? How do we enable people to do testing in much easier fashion? We'll look at two things, two ways we've been working on to make that much better for users to test our applications or software. So one is using Flatpaks, all work we've been doing either in FlatHub and directly in GitLab CI on invent.kde.org. And the other one is how we do testing for KDE Plasma, the whole desktop, and how we can do that using Fedora Keylight directly. And finally, at the end, we'll take a short detour to what we can do for Plasma 6 and how we're trying to do things there and improve the status quo. All right, so let's go. So as I said, testing. What do we want to do for testing, and when, how, what makes testing actually efficient? So the main goal here of testing is that we want to enable everybody to be able to test changes going into KDE software. So we don't want to get testing only reserved to developers, to actual developers of the application that are able to compile, set up an environment, etc. Usually that's too much work, and that's something that we cannot ask our users to do. And as I said before, we're all users. I'm a huge user of KDE software, and so whether or not I'm a developer for a specific KDE application or not, it's always interesting for me to be able to test another application without having to install everything, set up the whole environment, the whole libraries. If we want users to test our application, it has to be reasonably safe for them to do it. So it has to be safe regarding their data. There has to be guarantees for them that they're not going to lose everything, that is going to be reasonably safe if they test a change, that it's not going to blow up the whole system, it's not going to create dependency issues, conflicts, etc., etc. And at the same time, the users have to be able to go back to a state where, okay, they've tested your fix, they've tested a piece of unstable software with a potential fix inside of it, and they want to be able to go back to a state where they're on the stable versions of the application again, and they can keep working while waiting for the fix to land in either an upstream release or an official stable release. With all that, we want users to also be able to do the testing as soon as possible. So ideally, we would test every single changes before they are committed. So if a user reports an issue, we would make sure that we find the fix, and before the fix is committed into a repo, it is pushed to the users in some form so that they're able to test it and verify that the fix actually fixes the thing. Sometimes it's hard to do, and we'll see here for large projects that have a lot of dependencies, such as the Plasma desktop, sometimes it's really hard to do that, so we'll see how we can do that right after. So we make a fix, we believe it's the right fix, we commit this into a repo, and we try and make sure that as soon as possible after that happens, we make the software available to users so that they can try it and validate, confirm that the fix is actually correct. So let's start with KDE applications and how we can do that with KDE applications. And we're enabling that to happen thanks to Flatpak. So the KDE apps right now, most of the KDE applications, we have been integrating them as Flatpaks and publishing them on Flathub. So Flatpak, in short, is a distribution-independent packaging format and delivery format so that you can package applications and deliver to other users to some places. And Flathub is the de facto distribution-independent publishing platform for Flatpaks. So anybody can make a Flatpak from KDE application, publish it anywhere, but one of the major options that we have right now is Flathub, which makes it really easy to find a lot of applications, and especially all the KDE applications. So we're now publishing most of those applications, all of those KDE applications on Flathub, and they track the latest stable releases. So if you get the application directly from Flathub, you get the latest stable KDE applications. The updates are shipped directly to users, so there's no intermediate between us publishing an application and the users getting it. They're shipped in batch, so it's not like right after the build. They essentially batch into daily updates, and users get daily updates of applications when we ship them. I won't go into too much details into how we do all of that. There's another talk this year that just happened yesterday about that, made by Albert, and goes into much more details about what Flatpak is, how we do things in Flathub, and etc. All of those things. So I'll recommend that you watch this one. So Flatpaks. Flatpaks, how does that actually enable us to test changes? Well, the idea is that on Flathub, the workflow that is enforced is the pull request workflow. So you cannot just push changes. You have to make a pull request, and it will build a test Flatpak. So it will build your Flatpak into a test repo and make that available to you. And you can install it on your system, try it out, make sure it takes the actual update or the things that you were pushing in this pull request, and then merge it so that it's made available to everybody. This makes it incredibly easy to test fixes on top of stable release. So if you have a small patch and that fixes potentially an issue in one of the KDE application in stable release, and you want to backport it to users, you can do that on Flathub really easy. And just like it's shown here at the bottom, if there's well, you don't see my pointer. There's at the bottom, there's this section here from the comments where you get the Flatpak build. So let's do a quick demo and take a look at what it's like for users, the experience of getting a Flatpak from Flathub, from this pull request, and install it on the system. So here you have a system, and I've made a fake test pull request for the Grandview Flatpak on Flathub. So I made a small pull request where I did a small change to correct some text in the user interface, so that we make sure that we show the recent cat folders, cat pictures, or cat folders or folders of cat pictures. So I made a small patch here. I just added it to this pull request, and at the bottom of this here, I've got a build that has been made by the Flathub infrastructure, and I'm going to install it on my system. So right now I don't have this Flatpak installed, so I can copy paste this command, and this will install the Flatpak as a user. So there's two stores for Flatpak, system 1 and the user 1, and here it installs that as a user. So there's no permission request. So it's installing the test Flatpak for WinView from FlatHub. It downloads it, and then I can run it. So I use Flatpak run to run this Flatpak. And we're going to verify that the change has been applied. So if you see here on the left, we do have our recent cat folders for our cat pictures. So that's all good. And if we take a quick look at the version of the Flatpak, we can see that we are on the latest stable release of WinView with the latest frameworks. So we're shipping the latest KDE software to users directly, and if you make flex here, it will be on top of those latest releases, stable releases. If I run WinView from directly my which is the one that is installed on my system, then the change isn't there, of course. And if I look at the versions here, you can see that I'm not running the latest version, and I'm also running behind on 1. Version for the KDE frameworks, because on this system, the Fedora packages haven't catch up yet with the latest releases. So, as I said, we need to make sure that the users can be able to go back to the state they were before. So here's how you install the Flatpak that we've just installed, and once you reach this state, well, you're back to the state you were before. Clean plate, no changes, no nothing. Go back to clean state. Alright, so that's the transcript of this demo for those watching the recording, or if you want to try it yourself. So that's how we do things on FlatHub, how FlatHub enables us to let users test software and fixes without them having to set up anything, any development environment, do compilation, do setup, etc. They just get the Flatpak from FlatHub directly from the infra, they test it, and they report success on GitHub. What we've been able to do as well is to do that with the GitLab CI infrastructure. So we've set up on invent.kde.org we've added to the manifests that we are using to build Flatpaks, we've added them to the KDE application repo, and that enables us to build all of those manifests directly in GitLab CI and build those Flatpaks here for every single merge request, so every single pull request that's happening there. So what GitLab CI does here, it creates a Flatpak bundle, and it lets users test the change before the pull request gets merged. Exactly the same as on FlatHub, except here we're testing the latest software, the latest builds directly from the Git tree. So this looks something like that. So if you look at the pull request on event, you will find here pull request, and on the right you've got a small download icon, and if the pipelines were successful, you will find the Flatpak archive here, artifact that you can download. So let's take a look at how this looks like at the workflow for users that want to test things. So same idea here, we go to this time KDE-man.org, which is the sources that we have. We go to a specific pull request, and here if we look at the artifacts that we have for this pull request, we can see that the deploy phase path, the deploy phase is where the Flatpak archive is built. So we can download it. It will download a zip artifact that we can directly unzip, and we'll find our Flatpak application inside of it. So let's just go to my download folder. If I got the artifact here, I unzip it, I get a Flatpak. We're still built on the same KDE framework, so the frameworks right now, which are part of the runtime Flatpak. And I can install my application just like I did for the previous one to go back to a state where I'm clean. after I taste my changes, I can clean things up. All right, so that's done for it. And now we can do more. So the advantage with Flatpak is that you can the content of the Flatpaks is stored in an OS3 repo. So OS3 is kind of like big Git, but for binary files. So for binary objects directly stored. So if you use Git, if you use Git for source code, it's for text files. It's not really great for binary files. And OS3 is basically Git, but for binary files, in a sense. And all of the content of the binary files that are needed for an application to run in Flatpak are stored in an OS3 repo. That's why we get deduplication on files, that's why we get less use of storage, etc. So this also enables us, just like Git has a log of the changes that you've made, OS3 has a log of commits, a log of changes that you've made to the repo. And this fetch previous builds of an application. So you can, using that, you can fetch and get a previous version and do testing like regression testing or compare the behavior if you have something that you think you don't know if that has been broken for 1, 2 release or if that's always been there. You can check it very easily this way without having to download packages, find all the versions, etc. This works with Flatpaks from FlatHub, so you need an OS3 repo, so the ones that are stored on FlatHub use an OS3 repo. And sometimes there's a small warning here for some applications that use private Qt APIs, you will also have to use the matching version of the runtime. So you might have to update the runtime to downgrade the runtime if you downgrade an application. So let's give that a try and see how we can dissect an application from FlatHub. So here this time I'm going to pick Gwenview again, and I'll directly install it from FlatHub. So you could do directly. And I'm going to explicitly install again on the users tool so that I don't touch my application that may be installed as a system. So here, normal installation, I'm installing Gwenview. And I'm going to look at the log of versions. No. First, I'm going to just run it to make sure that it's the latest version. Here it is. It's the latest version that we had available in FlatHub. All right. So we got the latest version. Now, how will we go back to previous version? So I'm going to look at the log of the builds of the version that we've pushed to FlatHub. So if I use this command here and look at the log of versions, I'm typing that less to make it more readable. And I've got kind of a git commit log. It looks a bit like the same with all the titles of PRs here that merge things. And if I pick one older version, and I update my Flatpak to this older version, so I kind of like a git checkout of an older version, specify the commit here, and I update my application, I will update it back to the previous version of the application. So it's doing a little bit of things, and if I run the application again now, and I look at the version, here we go. We got .1 where we were .3 before. So we're back on an older release, and we can check things if there's a regression or something like that. Maybe that fix was actually applied or something like that. So if we want to go back, we can just re-update our system, and this is by default what Flatpak will do. It will, if we're going to run an older application, we'll just update it. But sometimes we want to stay on an older application for whatever reason. Maybe there's a bug that in the newer version that hasn't been fixed, and you need the older version to stay there. And you can do that with the mask command. Here I'm masking the command, and if I try to update again, then Flatpak just ignores my application. I can list the masks that are applied on my system with this command, and can also remove the mask to get the update again. So once the application is fixed, I can unmask it, and then boom, I'm back on the latest stable version of GridView. So if I run the application again, I'm back on the latest release, the .3 release. And as always, I can uninstall everything to make sure I go back to a perfectly clean state. All right, so that's all about KDE applications. That's how we make testing KDE application much easier. And let's go now to the same thing. We're trying to do the same thing for the KDE Plasma desktop. And Plasma desktop can be packaged as a Flatpak. We need something more heavier, more involved, because there's system applications, there's lots more things to do there. So to do that, I'm kind of reintroducing Fedora KDE. Fedora KDE I've introduced that system, that version of Fedora 2 years ago now at Akademy. And Fedora KDE essentially is a Fedora variant, which is built using the KDE Plasma desktop. It follows the latest KDE upstream releases. It's stable, it's based on up-to-date software from Fedora, it's based on stable versions of Fedora. And it brings in all the nice changes from the ecosystem. So all the wildland, pipewire stuff, system user sessions, everything is there is enabled by default. We have Wayland enabled by default. The difference with Fedora KDE is what we call an immutable desktop operating system. So it's not even immutable in the sense that you cannot change anything, it's immutable in the sense that you control how things get changed. You control all your system gets changed, all your applications are managed, updated, etc. And one thing that is immutable is that it doesn't touch your data. So system updates make sure to not touch data, and they only touch the system. To make that work, we rely a lot on Flatpaks and containers, so it's very much a container-focused desktop. Some cloud native, call it cloud native desktops. So you can go full more details on Fedora KDE in this presentation that I'm not going to redo, but you can find all the details there. And one of the things that enables Fedora KDE is our OS3. So the idea is that we're shipping the system as a single consistent image, and it brings with it atomic update. So instead of having different packages that you update one by one, you update the system as a whole image. It keeps everything as is, all your data is untouched during system update, and your Flatpaks also stay as is, they don't get touched during updates. And it also enables us to go back to a previous version. So if you know that you had, if you find out that you have a bug in the latest version, you can go back to the previous one until it is fixed and report it, investigate, etc. This enables us to have package diff. So as you have different versions of your operating system, you can also find out the diff of packages between two versions. And there's never a broken update. So it doesn't mean that your system will always update or there won't be bugs, but the idea is that you will never end up in a state where your system is half updated. It's either updated or not updated, which makes it really great for systems and really more predictable. So with OpenOS3, there's been a lot of changes recently happening in OpenOS3 around how we can make better use of containers to shape versions of the operating system. And so what we're doing is that we're making the versions available as a container image. And instead of having to manage OS3 concepts or things OS3 specific, you can directly use container native tooling to manage versions of your operating system. So versions are just tags in a container registry, and you can store all the versions directly in a container registry and pick out any version and rebase to it to test out changes, either updates or .grades if you want to dissect a regression, for example. So let's do just that. We're going to rebase to a container on Fedora KDE and see how this goes. So here I am, I'm running on Fedora KDE, and so if I look at the status of my system right now. I'm running a specific version, 0708. So from a couple of days ago, sorry. And if I go to the repository where we publish right now the builds and the version, the containers of Fedora Kinoite in this repo, we can see that there's a bunch of tags, which essentially we have builds daily, and so you can pick any builds, and you will be able to fetch the version of the system from that day. So here I'm getting the full tag and URL for the specific version of the system, the specific container, and then I can directly use rpm-history rebase to essentially move my entire desktop to the specific version of the system. All right, and so that's what's happening here, and it's going to pull that container image and essentially replace the existing system with the one from that container image. So I'm already running Kinoite and I'm putting Kinoite, so it's going to look very much the same. So it's a little bit loud here because it's the first time I pull the image, and so it's downloading the whole operating system. Then it's creating a deployment, so essentially it's creating a new version of the system. And we're good. And then here we go. We have the diff of packages, so that's the packages that have been updated into the new image. And so here, for example, I can test that the update to NSS isn't breaking my applications on my system. And to apply the system, we need to reboot because these changes are not happening live. We have to reboot the system. So stopping the recording, have rebooted the system, and here we go. If I look back at the status of my system, here we go. We have two versions, the 07010, 0710 version, which is that we got from the registry. We can look at the diff of packages between two versions. And and we can do our testing here at this point. Then if we want to go back to the previous version, we can always roll back. This will move the new version, the current version that we have, down into the boot menu. So we'll boot the next version that will boot is the previous one that we had, the 0708, so where we started from. And that's it. So I'm going to stop the recording again, do a reboot. There's a reboot. Starting the recording, we're rebooting, and then we're back. And when we're back, we can see the status of the system, and we can clean up everything to get back to the clean state where we have nothing from before. And that's about it. All right. And so what you might be wondering is that, hey, I want this for Plasma 6 because this is what's happening right now, and this is what we've been working on. So we've made Fedora Kinoite Beta and Lightly versions based on stable Fedora with Beta and Lightly KDE packages, and we've been pushing those versions to container registry. We are working on Plasma 6 images of that, so this is actually in progress. We had hoped to have that ready for Akademy, but unfortunately we don't have that right now, but we're going to make that happen as soon as possible on top of stable Fedora. Right now the KDE Beta and Lightly builds are closed because we're working on Plasma 6, but there's a whole lot of things that we could do with those images, and enable pre-image checks for KDE desktop using, for example, OpenQA that would have to be set up. There's likely too much overhead for single peers of doing the whole build of the system and testing, but potentially if we had that, we could set up daily or weekly checks. And one thing that would help here is potentially building the RPMs, the spec files, bundling the spec files into the repos and doing the package builds directly in CDI, because Kinoite still relies on packages. It's an image, but it's built out of packages. And so, yeah, that's the only potential thing that we're looking at to make this easier for testing. And with that, I'll stop here and go for questions. And here's the list of all the teams and all the very nice people that are helping me to actually do that, because it's not a one-man effort, it's really a team effort, either in Fedora or in KDE, in FlatHub, and all the bases. So thank you very much. And I'm trying to see if I can get the questions. Are there any questions? Yeah, if you want to file questions, obviously I'm not in the room, so make sure to make them on the chat, and I can answer the question in the chat. So question, can one integrate usability testing with Selenium from Flatpaks? I don't know. This is a good question. I just saw the talk about Selenium from Harold, and I don't know, but that would be great. That would be really great. We could have peer testing using Flatpaks. Yeah, that would be really great. I don't know if that's possible. Usually, Flatpaks should be accessible, so hopefully that should work, but I've not tested it. All right, I think I'm at time, if I'm correct. I don't know, you still got 5 minutes. My God.
Are there any more questions in the room that I should relay to Timothy?
So yes, I still have a couple of minutes. I'm going to just share these two last slides. If you're interested into doing development on Fedora Kinoite, I also wrote a post on my blog about that. So all of this here is about testing Flatpaks, testing packages, but sometimes you want to work also as well on the system. So if you want to do KDE development on Kinoite, you can do that with all the instructions are here in this blog post. You can set up things so that you can work on Flatpaks, so yeah, you can work on RPMs and do changes live to your system without having to be like stuck from the immutable faction of the operating system. There's a lot of options to make your system hackable back, essentially, even though you're running on an immutable system. So this is definitely possible.
Yeah, I just wanted to know the timeline.
Deploying uniform setup, computer lab. Yes, if you want to set up a fleet of systems, the exact versions using Ferrocanoid is very easy. It makes it very easy because you ensure that everybody has the same thing. You can also use OS3 to make sure that the configuration is the same on all the systems. So verify that the configuration is the same. But by default with Ferrocanoid, everybody will get the same bits. So the same packages installed, the same version of the system.
So he cannot hear you. I need to relay your question.
Just really quick. I wanted to know what's the timeline to release the Kinoite version with Plasma 6 for testing.
Let's see if he sees it. I think not, but
okay, one question, what's the timeline to release for Kinoite with Plasma 6 for testing? We don't really have a timeline right now, but we are actively working on it. We need to set up all the pieces for the dependencies on Qt6. So we're setting up all the Qt6 dependencies in Fedora, on the upstream, etc., the dependencies. And so once we have all the bits set up on stable Fedora, then we'll likely pick a commit of the frameworks and package all of that. So we need to make patches for all of those versions to be able to ship all that. We still have in preview packages, but we need something clean to be able to package that using Kinoite. And so, yeah, hopefully that will happen soon. One thing that would help us potentially is have kind of an alpha release of the frameworks so that we can target a specific version just at the starting. That will help us get this effort started.
all right. Then thank you so much, everyone. We will have a break, and then we will go into lightning talks here.
All right. I think I'm at time. I'm still available online. I'm not present here physically, but I'm available online, so feel free to reach out if you have any other questions. Thanks for attending here, and yeah, see you later. Have a good academy.
assume so. Does it look like Windows? At a KDE conference? I'm good? True. But that's not what I'm trying to show. Tell me when I start. Tell me when I start.
Yeah, welcome back from the coffee break and on to the last part of Akademy, the conference. And now we start with 4 lightning talks, and we start with the talk by Jean-Baptiste Kempf about Kyber.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to talk to you about a project that I'm developing, which is called Kyber. As you've seen, and as you've seen for the people who are here, basically here I'm running a game, right, on Windows, and well, you have all the blah 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 animations. Actually works pretty fine. But for the people who've seen what I've been doing just before, we're actually on Linux, right? So what am I doing? So today we're going to do more and more things in remote, right? We need to, the discussion face-to-face works pretty fine. We have WebEx, Zoom, Jitsi, Big Blue Button, anything else you're doing. But controlling of machines is a pain, right? And the thing is, there is no good solutions, right? There are partial solutions. There are partial solutions that actually work, whether it's VNC, RDP, but they're not good enough. And the most difficult thing that you want to play remotely is games. Because as soon as you can do games, you can do basically anything. So let's go and do a demo. So this is Assassin's Creed Odyssey that is obviously not running on Linux. It doesn't run well on Proton. It doesn't run well on anything. It's full of DRMs and other craps. And I'm going to show you how much a failure I am at this game. But yeah, so basically, yeah. And headshot, and then I die again. But of course, all that is basically done on this machine, which is basically running the game, encoding everything, and tending that, yeah, I die. One day I will be good at video games, but today is not the day. So, high quality remote of machines. So my name is Jean-Baptiste, I'm the president of Videoland. I've been developing VLC for a long time. I maintain a shitload of libraries that you don't use. I'm also part of FFmpeg, which is probably one of the most awesome community, and I'm a community member of that committee. I've created a few companies around open source, consulting mostly. And on my dark side, I've been the ex-CTO of a cloud gaming company called Shadow, and I'm still a VP of engineering at VP, and I'm doing a lot of consulting for very boring companies. Remote work, we're going to do more, right, as I said. And you're going to do more with things like that, right? And they're great, they're faster, but they're not going to be fast enough. Especially today, because we're going to have more and more powerful computation needs. I'm not going to give you all the blah blah of AI, but right. And remote control of machines is important, and here I'm talking about machines. And why am I not talking about just desktop? I'm talking machines because there are many types of machines, right? There is, of course, VMs, like Citrix, VDI, but there is just like your TeamViewer replacement, right? And there is no good open source TeamViewer replacement, even though we wish it was. We are also going to talk about cloud desktop, cloud gaming, but as all those are basically, I'm going to control my desktop, right? And grab my desktop from far away. But you can do also, once you've done that, you can do the same for grabbing a camera, which means that then you can control robots or drones. You could also like just have a Raspberry Pi and grab and encode an HDMI cable. Then you have basically a Sling box, so you can basically do remote control of machines, so virtual monitor, deported monitor, so you can play your PS4 when you're at work, because no one would ever do that. But that's very useful for a lot of big machinery. Today they are basically machines that you cannot touch. It just gives you basically an HDMI cable out and a USB port in to plug your keyboard. And the final thing is, instead of grabbing an HDMI, you're just going to grab the frame buffer, and then you can do app streamings. So all of those are seems different use case, but they're exactly the same tech, which is extremely fast video of high quality and bidirectional control on both sides. So that's what we've been doing. And so for the people who were not here before, right, that actually runs fine to play any type of games. But what you've not seen on the previous demo, because that was very difficult to see, is what I'm showing you right now, right? So here you have exactly the same setup. So two machines that are exactly the same screen, same whatever. On the right side, you see basically the server, and on the left side, you see basically the client. The client is over 4G connected to the internet to the other ones, and on the Windows laptop that is connected to the screen. So look closely, because you're going to see the change between right now. Right? Did you see how the first one arrived a bit before? Yes. So, okay, it's a bit tricky to see. I agree. So let's go and pause somewhere nice, right? Yeah. So what you see here is 74-79, which means around 50 milliseconds between the two machines. Depending on the condition, and this is also a 4G, right? You're going to see on the same video, between 30 milliseconds and 40 milliseconds, right? So yeah, exactly, right? So that means that even 4G, which is taking around 15 milliseconds, that means locally we are at 20 milliseconds, which means one frame and a half, which is pretty good, at least good enough that your eyes don't see it. But now I'm going to do exactly the same, except I'm just removing the Windows machine, because why do I need the Windows machine? And what you see is now the phone is actually still doing the 4G, but it's also connected to the screen. And, you know, well, if we pause, well, same, right? So, yeah, this is pretty... So this is Kyber. What is it? So it's a real-time video server based on FFmpeg libraries. So it's a push-based, graph-oriented, configurable at runtime. Contrario from everything we've been doing in FFmpeg, GStreamer, or VLC, we're push-based, right? We don't care about synchronization. We need as fast as possible. We raped VLC to be push-based, zero buffering. So we remove all the hard work we've done on VLC to be extremely fast. VLC is modular, configure at runtime. We've done an input streaming server, which is also, guess what? Push-based, graph-oriented, configure at runtime, right? So you inject the configuration to tell them what they're supposed to do. And the networking stack is quite interesting because it's based on QUIC, which means it's TLS, it's only one socket. It's both reliable and unreliable. So for those who don't know, QUIC is you kind of TCP light. So the video and the audio are unreliable, so we can drop packets because we care more about latencies than having all the frames in order. And for the inputs, you care about being reliable. And of course, we have some RaptorQ FEC, so when the conditions degrade, we don't lose anything. So this is more or less how it looked like, right? Most of the things are based on VLC. As I said, everything is built in Rust and under AGPL. So what can it do, which is what is interesting? We can do server support on Windows, on Linux, Wayland, Linux, X11, macOS, and Android, right? Which almost no other solution in the world can do that, even commercial ones, right? You have things like Parsec, who do Windows and macOS, TeamViewer only do Windows, but doing all that is very rare. On the client side, of course, it's based on VLC, so we have Windows, Linux, macOS, Android, Android TV, Chromebook, iOS, Apple TV, and soon the web. And of course, because we are based on FFmpeg, we have AMD encoding, NVIDIA encoding, Intel encoding, hardware encoding for ARM, we use software encoders, and because we are basically open source on codecs. We can do H.264, H.265, HEVC, AV1, and we can do both 4.2.0 and 4.4.4 high quality, and we even have some neural network small enhancement filters that are running as pixel shaders inside VLC. And as I said, we have all those use cases where you're basically either grabbing the desktop or the camera or frame buffer and HDMI. And all that is open source, and the license is AGPL or commercial license. Thank you very much.
All right, shall we start? So, hi everyone. Today I'm going to show you quickly about how I added data from my solar installation into the system monitor. So let's do a little prologue here. I paid like 40 euros a month in electricity before, which might sound insane to you or to some of you, but for German electricity prices, that's not actually that bad, especially considering I work from home, so my PC is on like 24/7. So getting a photovoltaic installation wasn't really a priority. Then something bad happened in early 2022, which got people aware of dependencies of like energy and resources and gas and whatnot. So I did get myself a solar installation. And like any modern smart home appliance, of course, it comes with a proprietary vendor cloud. So there actually is an open REST API one can use. So over the course of a couple of evenings, I wrote a Qt-based wrapper library to talk to that API. So let's have a look at what it can actually do. There's a beautiful K-Info Center module, which gives you historic data in a plot, like consumption and load and photovoltaic grid feed and whatnot, live data, self-sufficiency versus grid use, own use versus grid feed. There's also a KDE notifier, because I'm all about notifications. So of course I have a notification the morning when the first 500 watt hours of solar were created, or when the storage battery is full in the morning, or at the end of the day once the sun has set, it tells me like how much was produced and fed into the grid and how many 5 cents I would have made of the power I fed into the grid. And like, go start a dishwasher now the sun is shining, right? Of course, it comes with a CLI tool, so you can script things and do basic scripting conditions and pass JSON and whatnot. So you can have a systemd unit which starts a service based on how much energy is coming to the solar system, which is quite cool. So like install system updates or run a Yocto build because the sun is shining. And the coolest part, of course, is the K-System Stats plugin, because I guess you have noticed our new system monitor on Plasma, which landed a couple of releases ago. So it's very plugin based and very modular. So of course I feed my solar data into K-System monitor. So how cool is that? You can have CPU usage displayed alongside solar power production. It has the full flexibility of system monitor. You can put it in a panel, put it in a desktop, have graph after graph after graph, and line charts, bar charts, pie charts, everything. So let's make a little demo. So over here, let me move it. Does it actually? Oh my goodness, this is Plasma 6 Git Master Wayland, so kudos to that. So yeah, over here is the KCM. So as you can see here is the K-Quick charts. You have a little tooltip which gives you the legend of the like values that you can see here. Over there is like the live data. So I guess the sun is shining at home right now. If you hover over the live data, it also filters the graph accordingly. You can also hide and show different values here. There's graphs over there, and then you can go back in history and see like the previous days and see when like the air conditioning kicks on at night periodically and that sort of thing. So that is the K-Info Center module, and then if I can find my mouse cursor, I can also show you the system monitor. Let me see. So that is the system monitor part. So probably a cloud just passed by the house here. There's the battery and the load, so probably nobody's really doing anything at home right now. Oh, someone just happened to turn on the oven, or I don't know, started cooking at home. So that was not planned, but I was thinking like texting at home, like, can you turn on the oven for the demo? But psychic powers, you know. So yeah, you have the live data, and then you can also do like the cumulative data. So it resets at midnight, and it then tells you like, okay, today we fed 22 kilowatt hours into the grid and consumed 4.35. So yeah, that is the system monitor. So of course the question is, oh, I should probably remove that. Off we go. Oh my goodness. Where's the mouse? Close that. Oh no. Oh no. I exited the slide. At least when I run LibreOffice with Wayland, it doesn't actually exit when I exit the presentation, so that's good. So yeah, the question of course is why, and with many hobby projects, it's because I can. So yeah, I really wanted to write a little project from scratch, like apply all of the current programming best practices, have code coverage checks and unit tests, and from the get-go, Clang formatting, automatically generated documentation, full reuse compliance, all of that stuff from day one, just to show off what can be done in like a one-person project. It's not that hard if you start from scratch and have like everything like that set up from the beginning, and also as a little demonstration on how easy it is for like third-party project to use KDE stuff, because it's like on GitHub, it's not in vendor or anything, it's just like a side project that uses KDE technology but isn't really related to KDE in any way. So yeah, I have the library with like 2,600 lines of code, so the API isn't very complicated, it's just JSON over HTTPS, something Qt can already do. You could probably do it with a Python script, but I was really going for the like full KDE UI experience with system monitor and everything. The K-Info Center is just QML, except for a little model to format the graph, because K-Quick Charts sadly cannot do XY plots, so the data has to be like spread equally, which to be fair is the use case of a CPU monitor where data comes in periodically, so that I give them that. Yeah, so it uses the K-Quick-Chart QML bindings for legends and the graphs and everything. And the system stats plugin was like 600 lines of code, so yeah, that was really impressive. And it even had support for watt and watt hour units already, so I could just make use of that. Which brings me to the KDE Eco effort, like as a food for thought, how cool would it be if we had like infrastructure for installing software updates when there's sufficient renewable energy production happening in your area, or running CI jobs based on the sun or wind production or whatever, which leads me then to the biggest obstacle. There's no framework for that, so this project is centered entirely around this particular vendor as a fun project. I have seen other people use like the RS485 port on the back to hook into IO broker and that sort of thing to get rid of the cloud stuff. Like with KDE Itinerary, K-Public Transport, K-Trip and whatnot, we have the word travel pretty much covered. I'm pretty sure many of you arrived here on K-Itinerary, but for home automation, we don't really have much. There's like a plasmoid for controlling Philips Hue lamps, which is great, but like there's nothing on the greater scale of like Apple HomeKit or Google Home or whatever. So what this presentation basically tries to tell you is that we need something like, I don't know, K-Household or K-Matter for that matter. So yeah, I really love to control my window blinds at home or the air conditioning from my panel, like I can control my screen brightness, or with Plasma Mobile, doing that from the couch comes even more important. So yeah, if you found it interesting, the code is all on GitHub, so if you want to have a look, feel free to. Thanks.
HDMI. Okay, how to start over? Well, no, actually not. Yeah. Come.
Okay, so it works. Okay, I'm Fabian. I work on Qt, I work with Qt, I work for Qt. And today I ponder one question: what has QMLint ever done for us? Well, in 5.15 it was just a simple CLI program, and what could it do? It could tell you is that file QML. Not that helpful, but maybe prevents you from committing a file with a missing parenthesis. Not like anyone would ever do that, but who knows. In Qt 5.15 we added a bit more support, and it started to warn you about unqualified accesses of identifiers. I could give you a 50-minute talk about that, but I already did that kind of stuff on World Summit in 2021, so let's skip it. And even more important, with Qt 6.3, it actually became useful for more people, because nowadays it wants about quite a lot of stuff. Mostly about quick anti-patterns, and any kind of misbehaving stuff you might have in your QML file. Now, what has QMLint ever done for you if you don't want to run CLI tools? Well, with Qt 6, you don't have to run it manually anymore, because nowadays we have CMake integration and you can just run a target. Okay, you might still say that's still running something manually, so you might want to run it in your CI. And for that we also have support, because we can generate JSON files with a separate target, which just is check with JSON. Unfortunately, and that's the reason for the question mark below, there is no trivial way to get that information displayed in GitLab. At least I can find it. Otherwise, you would have a nice picture instead of a question mark. If anyone knows about GitLab integration, please come to me. And even if you don't care about CI, because you move all CI emails into DivNull, which some people apparently do, then you can still benefit from QMLint, because the warnings from QMLint also end up in Qt Creator and Kate. Just to show it for you, you have below the issue pane and you get nice annotations. And I hope that in a few releases we even have support for auto fixes like we have in Creator, where you can just click on the symbol and it fixes color to the program spelling. What else? There is, of course, some question: what does QMLint for KDE? And currently it does nothing for KDE specific, but we can change that. Here we have a terribly broken QML file, because it says Academy with a C. That's terrible, because in KDE, after all, everything is about the letter K. And does QMLint help us here? No, it doesn't. Except I add a few more magic commands. Then it starts warning us, and I can even say -fix. And, well, now we would have to refresh the file. Now you can see that it will show a K. Great. How does it do that? Well, it's a bit technical, but you should write like 40 lines of code, and you have your own checks. And that turns broken windows into great windows. Great windows with a K. Finally, besides verifying that the file is QML, doing simple checks in your CI, doing simple fixes, turning letters from C to K, you might still wonder, what has QMLint ever done for us? At this point, I don't have another answer, but we will have a BOF on Thursday, and if you have any good ideas what we could do in QMLint to help you and your projects, come to me. Thank you. Yeah, right. Let's do it. Great. And can you pull up mine? I hope I can. Right. What was full screen? Presentation.
Thank you. Today I want to talk a little bit about a project that is in Plasma 5.27 called Welcome Wizard. This is going to be a fairly short presentation. So here's a screenshot of what it looks like. I'm going to introduce it real fast. Welcome Center is an app that runs on first boot when you first install a Plasma system. And it shows you a set of pages that give you a little onboarding experience. It does various things. We can see that it helps you connect to the internet. It introduces some basic Plasma concepts. It can also be used to display release notes on upgrade, things like that. So let's look at a couple of pictures real fast. Here is an example of the page that helps you connect to the internet. This is a fairly basic thing that trips up some new users, especially on users who install a distro that does not transfer over your wireless settings from the live installer mode to the session. It just helps you do that. And when you connect, it moves on to the next page automatically. Here's a page for what happens when you want to see all the cool things that Plasma does. It gives you some buttons you can click on, and you can learn about some Plasma features, some that are maybe a little bit infrequently used or that you might not know about, just to give you a taste of some of the power that's available on the system that you now have available. It also does a little bit of onboarding when it comes to getting involved in KDE. So you can see that it tells you how you can find out information about contributing. There are also a couple of other pages. A couple of other things that it can do are it can display pages that are custom from the distro too. So if you have your own distro, you can insert pages into the flow. So things like that. The big question, I guess, is why we want to do this, because many of us are veterans of the software development world and know that welcome wizards and first run wizards in general have fallen a little bit out of favor. That's definitely true. We in the VDG even have a wiki page that recommends against doing first run wizards and welcome wizards and things like that. But the reason we decided to do this was primarily because we had some problems overall. We found that people were using Plasma and not really understanding some of the things that they could do. We found that people often didn't know where to get help. When it comes to things like turning on telemetry, which we have off by default, and it's good that we have it off by default in general, but people didn't know that there was an opportunity to turn it on, so we wanted to show that in the Welcome Wizard to make sure that people at least got the opportunity to make an informed decision on that, even if that decision is keep it off, I hate telemetry, which is perfectly fine and valid. Another thing that was rather important was because we got some feedback from the Fedora people that having a piece of software like this was important for parity with GNOME, which also has a similar thing, and there are certain OEMs that require something like this before a distro can be considered as shippable on their hardware. And we all know at this point that getting KDE software on more hardware is a fairly important thing for the whole community, for the whole world, for world domination. And so because of that, we need to have this so that we can actually be competitive there. So all in all, it's a fairly small and simple piece of software. It does some pretty basic stuff. I want to thank a couple of other people for helping to work on this with me. I want to thank Felipe Kinoshita, who started the project a while back, and Aleix, who helped me a lot to implement some of the KCM integration. I also want to thank Oliver Beard for doing a lot of stuff. And all in all, it was a fairly fun, small project that I hope can make a difference in KDE. So now I will leave you with this picture of what it definitely is not. Thank you, everybody.
the next talks will be in 50 minutes, roughly. So are there questions for the lightning talks?
I have just a little remark. Maybe you did not yet think about that. In the old KDE Welcome wizard, we had a setting for disabling keyboard accessibility features combined with a setting that the keyboard shortcut for enabling the KDE, the keyboard accessibility features was enabled by default. That was a decision in order to make sure that people who do need keyboard accessibility features have them from the start on, and people who are confused by the gestures for enabling those features can turn it off. I know that for Wayland the keyboard accessibility still needs to be implemented, but maybe this way would be suitable for the new wizard.
Thank you for that question. That is a possibility. One thing that we wanted to avoid with the design of this wizard was asking the user too many questions and stuffing a lot of things in it. In general, we think these days that it's not a good idea to ask people to express preferences and configure the system in a wizard, because they often don't know how to configure things later if their opinion changes. So the only things that we have in this wizard that are configurable, I should probably in fact stop calling it a wizard and maybe move on to a different slide so we don't have a picture of a wizard here confusing everybody. But the whole idea was mostly to be onboarding. The only two things we ask in the wizard is, number one, do you want to turn on telemetry? Because otherwise the data set that we get for it tends to be very bad because almost nobody sees it and nobody opts in, and so it's a very small cherry-picked set of data. And the other thing is setting up your online accounts, which is something that you tend to do once and then never do again. So these are not really the kinds of things that you're going to end up changing. There's an infinite number of things that we could put inside this welcome wizard, but it's a question of scope, right? Like we could also put in initial keyboard layout to make sure that your keyboard layout works correctly. We could put in time zone selection. But I think personally those are things that belong in the initial installation process. So, and we have somebody who's very familiar with this right over there. So in general, those are the kinds of things that you should already have set up properly by the time you ever see this screen, in my opinion.
Okay, so I have a question about the Kyber thingy. Is it released? Or when it will be released? Or where do I get it? Because it looked nice, but I don't know what else to do with it.
The thing
you
is
sold me in it, right? I want to use it now.
As you've seen when I set up the demo, it's still quite a bit difficult to start and to fiddle with. The source is available, but the GitHub is not public yet. But if you want to play with it, I have binaries. Just ask me, I will give you binaries. It's just that at that time, I don't want to fully launch it because there is a lot of things. I don't have absolutely the time to do any support. So that's why it's not. If you go on the Matrix Academy Talk 1 room, yes, I link the source over there. And if you want binaries, ask me. Just for now, I don't want to fully launch it. That's all.
And another question for you, for Kyber. Do you re-encode the video stream?
So you were grabbing, right? So when you grab, you take the full RGB, so you encode it, right? So one of the difficulties it doesn't look that difficult, but the problem is that you need to wait for the compositor to render, grab the screen, encode the screen in real time, then send that over, modify that, send that over quick, on the other side, decode, display, and wait for the next vsync, right? So in this case, yes, we are fully re-encoding. When we are on the case for example, where drones or cameras, then we can pass through, because FFmpeg can pass through. But most of the time we're re-encoding. The good thing is that what we're doing with encoding is a bit more clever, because most of the time people, when you stream in 420, because that's what basically what you have as hardware decoders on your machine and on your phone. But for any desktop work, it's horrible, right? Because if you use Excel or LibreOffice, you're going to see the artifacts. So what we do is that we run AI, or a small neural network that is very simple, to detect some of the feature on the server side, and we pass some metadata to the client, and we have some pixel shaders which are doing some sharpening, improving the text. And for that, we need to be the one that are encoding.
And just a follow-up question, like, can you then do downscaling, for example, if your target display is...
Yes, and I didn't say that. We also support multiple people, so you can be one that is controlling, and there is only one that is connecting to the machine just for the video and audio. You have multiple cases. You could do something like Twitch Play Pokemon, where there is input from 20 people who go, then you go the average. All that is developed and prepared for that, yes.
I have a question for Nate again. Yeah, you just sat down. If you could go back a couple of slides to the network setup thing, who's responsible for that image?
Who?
In the sense of, some distros make weird choices and throw a different theme at it, or put the panel on the side.
So that image is actually made in QML. It is a fairly faithful representation of your panel. It is fake, but it uses the real components. So if you use a distro that themes Plasma by default with Fluffy Bunny, you will actually see a Fluffy Bunny themed panel over there.
That's awesome. Thank you.
I have a QML lint one. Just to keep people shuffling. Is it kind of supported or planned some like full formatting support? Like if I want impose a certain indentation or columns or not in JavaScript or things like that?
Right, so that's not the task of QMLint, but there is an accompanying tool which is QML format. And LSP will combine both of them so that you get warnings and the ability to format stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks to all the presenters of the lightning talks.
Okay. I know you're all tired. I know it's been a great day, but we still need to hear from some people who are very important to this conference. We're going to talk about our sponsors. No need to clap now because you will be clapping out for all of them in their own time. We're going to start hearing from Pedro from the Qt company, from the Qt group. Sorry. Used to be a company. Come on up. I'll put on the slides as you come. Yeah. Oh, you don't have slides. That's why I didn't find them. Go for it. If you want, use this. Okay.
Okay. Hello. Yes, it's working. Hi, I'm Pedro Bessa, and if you don't know me, now I guess you do. I work at Qt. Let's stop there. So I work at Qt, and I'm in charge of the community initiatives. So yeah, if you have any questions, concerns, ideas, things you would like to see, things you would like to not see anymore, talk to me. Yeah, that's me. Write me an email, contact me during the boat trip tonight, add me on LinkedIn if you're there. Yeah. So, later this year we have on the 27th of November the KDE Training Day, and then 28th, 29th the World Summit, then the 30th and the 1st of December the Contributor Summit. Just, Google or just search for it. Hope to see you in one of them. Jobs. We are recruiting at Qt, so if you want to apply, just apply to a job. Talk to some of us. We are like 8 people here this year. Alan, I think you're hiring, right? Yeah, so Alan's hiring, so if you want a job, talk to him. Yeah, we are like 8 people here, I think, so if you work at Qt currently, please raise your hand. There you go. Those are the people you can complain to. Yes, that's why I brought them. And Emilia is our new learning manager. She just started, so yeah, very happy for that. Qt Academy, which is Emilia's project. It's ongoing. If you have any questions, ideas, concerns, as usual, not me this time, talk to Emilia. And we have some BOF sessions in which we'll be talking about Qt Academy, our learning initiatives, about technical stuff that I'm not able to talk about. And yeah, I hope to see you there. And that's it. Who's next?
Thank you. Tartiso, can you come and tell us all about Codething and all of your projects? As I put the slides, you can start if you want.
Okay. Do you have my actual slides or just?
Yeah, they were somewhere.
It's fine.
I'll find your slides. Sorry.
Oh, there it is.
That's it.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. This is my first time in the conference. Testing. Okay. Yeah, I'm here. 2 topics, by the way. For those interested in knowing more about the Codebase project, tomorrow we will be doing a BOF thing at 3. So join us. It will be very interesting to share some ideas and hack the tool and break some stuff. Second topic is Codething. I've been working at Codething for a little bit more than an year. So yeah, we are hiring software engineers and DevOps. I was supposed to give like a talk about Codething, but I feel like I don't know everything about it. So what I did instead is to put out some project that they did over the past years. We have, I don't know, some medical kind of stuff, automotive, financial software. We had plenty of language, C++, Python, So if you like those kind of mixed things going on, maybe interesting to apply or taking a look at our positions. I had the link over there. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't have slides, right? No slides. No slides. Hi, we're KDE. The two of us, only us. There's a few more. We've been, I checked, we've been sponsoring Akademy for at least 10 times, and I gave up because I couldn't find more academies and so forth. We are happy to sponsor Akademy. We will probably sponsor Akademy next year. That's it.
And so both Nuno and I will be giving trainings on Thursday. So just wanted to say that, right? So we are also here for you. So we're doing trainings on Thursday.
Yeah, right. There you go.
So thanks for everyone for talking very short, because I'm probably going to be talking a bit longer today. So hello everyone, I'm very honored to be here for KDE Academy representing Canonical and Ubuntu. And today I'd like to tell you a little bit more about the community team at Canonical. So I'm Philip, I'm leading the community team, and this is the vision that I have put up. I'd like to nurture a thriving ecosystem where community members feel valued, engaged, and are able to make quality contributions towards the shared vision of success for Ubuntu. But what does that mean? I see ourselves more as part of the Ubuntu community. It's not like, we're sitting there controlling the Ubuntu community and everyone is kind of doing what we say. We see ourselves more a part that is building connections across the world, nurturing discussions, and providing some inspiration on how to improve. So, since there's been some team changes, I also wanted to quickly introduce my team. There's myself, also Aaron Prisk joined recently. He comes from a very extensive background in education and is currently focused on improving our community documentation and building some local communities. So if you're here in Greece and would like to build the local community in Greece, he's a good person to reach out to. Then we have Mauro Gaspari. His focus is on our communication infrastructure, and of course the Ubuntu Summit happening in November in Riga. And if you ever have a chance to talk to him, he has so much energy, so definitely use that opportunity. So they're always open for a chat, but there's one more position open on my team, and we have a few other ones open as well, so if that's you, then that might be the next one. So now, is that actually enough to manage a community of communities, like any Linux distribution really is? Most certainly not. So the real team is all of you. Everyone in this room and everyone out there online is helping towards the Ubuntu community. It can either be by contributing to KDE or one of the underlying technologies, using that knowledge for Kubuntu or Ubuntu Studio, one of the flavors that use KDE as its core. Or if you're a student, beginning your journey in open source and contributing to Linux distributions like Ubuntu. So all of this can make you part of the Ubuntu community. All of this can make you part of the open source community. For those of you just getting started, this is a great Kickstarter for your careers. Going over KDE's goals, I've really noticed a recurring theme. There is a desire to attract more contributors for quality assurance, for applications, and really a lot of other areas. And that passion that contributors are bringing in is the driving force behind the brilliance of KDE. So collaborating with other open source communities opens up those avenues to share that passion that you have very broadly and also learn from others. So with the close ties of a Linux distribution like Ubuntu and a desktop environment like KDE, that increased collaboration is a fantastic way to discover the next rockstar KDE contributor. So how can we enhance that synergy? Become a Kubuntu contributor, an Ubuntu Studio contributor, or work with Canonical and maybe join my team. So together we can build that next stronger and more vibrant open source community together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Canonical. Still at KDAP here. Clobra. Hi, Jeremy.
I'm the representative from Calabria today. Emil will come Monday. Anyway, I've worked there since 2010. I like it. We do cool stuff. We work on cool stuff. There's over 100 of us. We have a meetup every couple years. We just had our last one in May in Portugal. And we do cool stuff. We work for Bosch. We do some projects for Bosch on automotive, and we do some Lava Labs for Google and Chromecast and things like that. And we do some stuff for GE Healthcare for their heart monitoring systems and whatnot. I'm not sure what we do for Linux Foundation. These slides were given to me, but we do stuff for them too. We do cool stuff. We do lots of different things. We have 4 different departments, I think. Kernel department, a core department, like a CI type, Lava type department, and a graphics department where they do lots of stuff on Wayland and things like that for various companies and hardware vendors. We do cool stuff, yeah. So, and we're hiring, so come work for us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tathis. I'm on the organizing committee here. I'm also one of the founders of the open source community within the university. That's why you are here tonight. I'm not the typical student here, age-wise. That's why, because I make a career change from medicine to informatics. I'm here to represent OpenSUSE, since I was one of the 2 guys that reformed the OpenSUSE community here in Greece. In 2010, I think, yes, and in 2013 we had the first OpenSUSE conference, not in Nuremberg, but outside the central, offices here in Thessaloniki. You can see our logos here. If you need anything from any information, you can find me outside. We would like to thank KDE Community for making such a great software that we are using, that other distributions are using. We would like to thank also the KDE Organizing Committee for this awesome conference. We hope to see you next year. I guess we are going to sponsor next year also. That's not me, but Doug. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Kevin, tell us all about haute couture.
That's the same slide.
Oh, all right.
Don't bother. All right. Hello, everyone.
So my name is Kevin Ottens. I've been around the KDE community for the past 20 years or so. And I'm working for Enyoka Haute Couture. So we're doing services, so we're doing development, also consulting with plenty of different ecosystems. Obviously, there are ecosystems we like more than others. KDE is definitely one we like more than others. So if you got projects related to KDE or not, we can talk to me. So we're doing development. We're also doing UX design for our customers. And since we are, I think the fancy word is polyglot developers. Since we are polyglots, we have a strong focus more on engineering, architecture, and quality. And due to that, we also have the odd consulting gig for those type of situations. But we also do trainings which are focused in that directions, and also coaching, tech coaching for people who are developers and become lead devs, for instance, and they need to get into the role. So that's the breadth of what we do currently. We're also hiring. Currently, we cannot hire abroad, so we're hiring as long as you're within the French borders. If that's your case, please come talk to me as well. I will be around tonight.
Thank you, Enyoka. And Stanley.
So hey everybody, my name is Alexandra Betuni. I'm from Stanley. We are sponsoring this event, and that's why I can bother you for 3 minutes today. So thanks for your attention. Right, so I'll talk to you about a bit what we are doing. Stanley was basically launched in 2019 in Cyprus. Main focus was to offer Qt consultancy services. In that same year, we hosted the first conference about Qt in Athens, Greece. It was a really nice venue in front of the sea. KDE was actually there as well. They presented the plasma phone, so it was really nice. In 2020, we decided to expand a bit, so to actually bring the smart products development on our portfolio. And since then, we basically continue adding, just offering Qt consultancy services, as well as working on our own smart products development. So as I said, lines of businesses, 2 consultancy services and products. When it comes to consultancy services, we try to be as open source as possible. That's not always possible, so that's more or less the tools we're using. We offer also UX UI design, so we worked on embedded and applications development, prototype development, as well as doing QTML trainings in English, Spanish, and Greek at the moment. When it comes to products, that's basically our current one. Hopefully it will be launched later this year. I cannot talk about that more. So you can feel free to be tracking the progress. You can find us in the US in St. Petersburg, Florida. We have a small office there, as well as in Nicosia, Cyprus, but basically we work remotely. You can also find me here. And it's not public yet, but we are hiring, so feel free to either send me an email directly, find me on LinkedIn, or just catch up for a beer or whatever. Thanks.
Thank you, Alexandra. We also have a few sponsors who couldn't be here, but I still would like to remember them. It's Limbook, Tuxedo, and Pine64. Thank you very much for supporting Akademy. Looking forward to working together once again, and looking forward to having you at Akademy soon enough. Also, thanks to the university for holding us. And thanks to all of you for listening to all of our sponsors. Soon is the closing, but not yet, because there's the awards coming up now. So please, last year, awardees, come up to the stage. and do your thing. Your thing. Harald? Harald. Somebody go hunt Harald. Sorry? Too bad. Where are the awards? Okay, we need a scavenger hunt here. This side finds awards, this side finds Harold. It seems like maybe this year there's no awards. I wasn't prepared for this. Oh, come up, come up. Be ridiculous up here with me. Well, somebody else is gonna bring them, right? Lydia, go find the awards. You do all of these scavenger hunts. Please. No, David Redondo is gonna come up and tell us a joke. If you're not coming up, I'm coming to you. All right? We're lucky I didn't hurt myself now.
I actually overheard a great joke by Kevin Ottens earlier in the day. Oh, it was Jean Baptiste? Yes. Oh, okay. It goes like, how many Germans do you need to screw in a light bulb? Only one. We are efficient and no fun.
All right. Does anybody have a better joke than this one? All right. The German side wants to reply there.
So, how many KDE developers does it take to screw in a light bulb? None, it's a hardware problem.
Yep. So, have we found any awards yet? That's for granted.
Hello, thank you. What are we doing?
Do you remember the name?
No.
And it's gonna be about Germans or about KDE. And it's already covered.
Do you want to do two and I do one?
No.
I want to do...
We decided one is going to look pretty and one is going to announce.
Yeah, I'm the one looking pretty.
No.
My dear friends, who of us two should be the one looking pretty and who of us should be the one doing the presentation? Huh? Yeah. Well, both look pretty. Yes. And nobody say anything. Oh. So. So it's just a matter of minutes, perhaps hours, until the awards arrive. Then we can get this show on the road. I don't have any. Oh, Kevin wants to tell us a joke.
You could talk about who. I wanted you to tell a joke, so you would have a bad joke instead. So that's 2 eggs in the fridge. And there's one who turned to the other egg and he's like, "Why are you all brown and furry?" "Because I'm a Kiwi, moron."
Thank you, thank you. Now I feel cheated. You promised a bad joke and everyone is laughing. What am I looking at?
Race to the bottom.
What do I want to talk about? Yeah. But do I get to start? Well then, ladies and gentlemen and others, it's time for the Academy Award, and I think I need to drum up this suspense a bit. So you see, 10 years ago, the application award goes to Milian Wolf and the Heap Track team for Heap Track.
Okay, so the non-application contribution award goes to Hannah. Do we have? I thought Hannah was here. Please come on the stage.
Say the full name.
Hannah von Reth.
Okay, thank you, and I didn't expect that.
Whoa. Then you go again.
That's
this one goes last.
Yeah, so go ahead.
This one goes last. Yeah.
So go ahead.
But it's not the last.
This one first.
This one first.
This one first.
Okay.
Are you doing this one?
Okay. To be honest, this is my favorite. The jury award goes to Johnny. I am very bad at pronouncing names, so I can't pronounce his last name, sorry. For his work on season of KDE and GSOC.
And we have another award. It doesn't seem to want to end. Akademy. No, this one is a special award. It's the one that is dearest to us because it is the organization award that goes to the open source team of the University of Macedonia and the whole Akademy team. Yay! Can the organizers come up here?
They're always laughing because I always grab the microphone. This is the first time this event is taking place in Greece, so this is a very special honor and pleasure for us to have welcomed you here at the university in a very hot Thessaloniki. Thank you so much for being here. On behalf of the whole university, I am speaking now, the rector of the university, the vice rector, Professor Alexandros Hadjigeorgiou, who is from the Department of Applied Informatics, with whom you have coordinated this year's event. It's an event that is a product of very successful collaboration, I have to say, excellent teamwork. Thank you so much, KDE. Thank you to all team members of the KDE. Thank you, all the people from the open source, Stathis, and I want each one of them to say something, please. Stathis.
Not again. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next.
George F.
I'm so glad to be here. It's actually my first open source conference. I'm glad to have actually seen what is going on here. Like, I would only see Stathis posts where he goes everywhere. Yes. And I'm like, I want to be there. And now I am.
Yeah, you are. Francis.
Hi, yeah, I'm just very happy that it turned out great, you know, all of those meetings in the end, you know, were worth it every week. And yeah, I'm just glad everything is like amazing. Thank you all for coming, and yeah, thank you.
Prodromos.
Hi. I'm glad you're all here. Thank you very much. And it's also my first time on the conference.
But not the last. George A.
George, yeah. I'm George, hi. This is not my first KDE Academy. Honestly, I was in Barcelona last year, but I think it's getting better every year. I really liked it this year, and thank you very much for the award. We weren't expecting it. And yeah, we really want to come to you the next year.
Hello, I'm Archondis, so I will not say much because I feel I'm gonna faint right now. So thank you all for coming. I hope you had a great time, and thanks a lot for this award. We totally didn't expect this, and thanks Mariette for helping us with everything, and thanks Yanis also for helping us with everything.
Yeah, I want to thank my colleague Yanis. We work together at the office. I want to thank my colleagues, technicians, sound technicians, Tomas and Michalis, who helped you throughout this conference. I want to say thank you to my colleagues from the Computer Center, Chryssa and Litsa, who also helped you with all your computer issues. Everyone that helped or contributed in every way, the whole group of the volunteers, we had about 20 volunteers, was it? Who have helped in total. Okay, so so much thank you. I hope you have a great time in Thessaloniki and hope to see you soon in the next Academy event. Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you very much. You can come down if you want, or you want to stay up, that's fine too. So the talks event, the talks side of the Academy is over. I think that it's been a great couple of days of very interesting talks. I'm sure you'll agree with me, and the way you have to agree with me is by giving all of us a great round of applause now. I think that we can all be proud that we can have these spaces where we can like teach each other about great stuff, but also like be friends. Being friends is something that is not always the case, right? And we get to do that in KDE, and I feel blessed for it. But that was only the first couple of days of Academy. The maybe more intense if you want, or not so much, because we're gonna be having a bunch of stuff. For starters, this evening we have the social event. I just hear that it's full, so if you forgot to register, you're out of luck, or maybe find somebody who cannot make it and did register, but you'll need to like negotiate that with someone else. No negotiations, none. You need to be there at 9:45 if I'm not mistaken. We will be on a boat. It's going to be great. There's going to be some food, some drinks, and it's supposed to be very much fun. Tomorrow as well, for those of you who are KDP members, we're going to be having our assembly. Remember to be there at 11. Make sure that you know who your proxies are. If you know of somebody who should be there and is not, tell them to proxy. We will be on the talks room number 2, so across the hall, you've all been there over the last few days. For the rest, and actually for the rest of the week, we will be having BOFs. BOFs are sessions where we sit together and we talk about what we're going to do over the next following months. We will be having the rooms 1 to 4 on the first floor, so there's that. What else? We're going to have a Wednesday day trip. The bus leaves at 9. But in any case, I think that's more or less what I wanted to tell you all. Thanks for being here, and stay and work with us for the rest of the week. Thanks you very much for coming, and I'll see you later on the boat.